fantasy fiction investigation, by the way. Like,
Hello. Whoever is still here. Okay, let me see. I have to. Ooh. Okay. Got a surprise for you. Do I have a surprise for you? You'll be shocked. I've got the best thing. I hope. Where? What? No. Where? Where? Is this sarcasm? The audio for the thing that I want to show is not working. It's okay. We're doing a reaction. bottle. Yeah. I don't drink that much. Do you know Alex Conter? Do you know and like Alex Conter? What's your opinion on Alex Conter? I say, changing the Game? There's game music? I cannot hear it. Wow, okay. I'm annoyed by this. Oh yeah. Yeah, why can't I hear it though? Oh wait, I have an idea. Oh my god, I got a brilliant idea. Thank you, Karat. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. Doesn't work. Okay, so we're gonna play something else, I guess, because this doesn't work and I'm angry. It was Contra, not ContraPoints. Contra the game. So, did you know that Anna Kasparian hates Ukraine, much like Hassan Piker? There is a super famous tweet that I want to show you. Yeah, do you know that game? You know that game? Cadillacs and Dinosaurs? You know it? Oh wow. Yeah, I can show it again. That's actually a pretty good... It's actually a pretty good reaction game. Thank you for that suggestion. Pepsi intake. I'm gonna use... Wait, is it? You know Cadillacs and Dinosaurs? Oh wow. It is pretty cool music. Listen. Delicious! Let's listen to the game music a bit. It's pretty cool. This was the most famous genre of games at some point. You went to the arcade and you spend money. Go, go, go! It didn't explode. Don't rush me. Damn. Oh, why? In Poland, the arcade was the place where thugs hang out and would mug people. You know? Thugs would be like, hey, lend me a coin. And then we just mug you. So the arcade saloons were dangerous in Poland, actually. Whatever you had, they would try to mug you and beat you up in those saloons. And the sticks were always sort of damaged. It's the Polish reality of the 90s. Okay, let's do that.
This is transvestigation taken from the outside of the body to the inside.
How do you
now this person wants to scan your brain and say, oh, but are you really trans? Oh, we must take out the scalpel. We must dig in.
Wait, who is Alec Gunther again? I'm trying to remember if Alec Gunther is famous for something or something. I cannot recall what I remember Alec Gunther for. Oh, okay. Culture House. I remember there was a arcade in the Burger King. And even that wasn't safe because when I went to the toilet, some people beat me up. So, I don't know. Sounds so weird to talk about now. Even though I considered it the norm. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yes, that's right. He was in the Jubilee. Thank you. That's right. I remember now. Hello. Yeah, I remember. Now I remember. I knew this person was familiar. I knew this person was familiar somehow. Delicious. Oh, really? You watch Cadillacs and Dinosaurs? Nice. A tabletop? Maybe we should play that. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs.
Check to see if you are a real trans before you can enter the bathroom.
Oh my god.
So in the trans community, there is a group of people known as True
God.
Scum, aka trans medicalists.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be quite honest. I'm always so paranoid about these sort of ideas. I always think to myself, so what if I'm undergoing full-blown transition and stuff. So what if a machine like that would, I don't know, declare that I'm a false trans person? What would that mean? You know? Predation. There's a tabletop that I always wanted to try. Ever since I was a child, am I trans enough? Exactly. There's a tabletop that I've always read and heard about a lot, but I've never actually played it, and I always sort of wanted to play it because it always seemed sort of mysteriously cool to me to play it. The Call of Cthulhu. I don't want to play as this character. I'm just gonna let him kill me. The Call of Cthulhu.
For the purposes of this video, I will be referring to them as transmedicalists. That's just the term that I know, and it's the official term that they prefer. Okay?
True.
Not that, you know, I think that, you know, the overwhelming majority of transmedicalists are just bad faith actors who...
I mean, at this point, it's not as much as please let me count as, I mean, this sort of thing comes with real discrimination, no? Even if you don't care if you're counted, like, they would use it to build rules around and exclude you, no? If they didn't deem you trans enough, quote unquote, you know? That's the real issue with that. Like, even if you didn't care and consider yourself still trans enough, like, people that do these sort of things would build whole regulations around you being not trans enough.
Are trying to gatekeep, you know, medicine for trans people. And so I frankly don't think they deserve that respect, but I will give it to them nonetheless. Transmedicalism, what is it? Basically, you have trans people.
That's
right?
me.
And if you're transgender, and like, let's say that I just now find out that I'm transgender, right? And I'm a woman. I have this revelation right now. Alec Gunter is now a woman. Not actually happening, but let's just say for all intents and purposes that that's happening. I am now trans. I am now a trans woman, okay?
Okay.
Don't clip that. I am now... But in that scenario, that's how that would go, okay? Regardless of the beard and the shoulder width and everything else, I'm now a trans woman, okay? And then I would probably begin the process of actually physically transitioning my body, medically transitioning my body to look more like a woman, usually. Not necessarily, but usually, right? 99 times out of 100. So
I'm doing that.
Transmedicalists are under the impression that until you begin that medical process, you are not a real trans person, right? Like, you're not actually trans until you actually go through the hormone therapy and the surgery and all this. And I think that's very silly and degrading, honestly. I don't agree with that worldview. I don't. Because I believe that gender is simply a social construct that needs to be done away with, okay? People need to live their lives, express themselves how they would like, and just be people. We don't need men and women. We just need people. Okay? We need people. All that being said, the reason I'm explaining all this is because this person was brought to my attention in the Discord, and if you're not in my Discord and you would like to be, you can suggest videos.
I don't know. My mind is tainted. When I hear something like we don't need men and women, we just need people, it just makes me think all lives matter. All lives matter. I don't know why, but it just sort of makes me think all lives matter. All lives matter. I think because this is about having doctors validate your transness, sort of, which is strange.
In there. So check out my Discord link in the description below. It's in every video. But anyway, this person, Godless Snowshoe, was brought to my attention. And they have a little under 2,000 subscribers. But nonetheless, their videos actually do pretty good view-wise.
That's feel like it.
So I decided I'd give them a look. and just see what's going on here, and potentially, I'll keep an open mind. I'll keep an open mind. The video is called Transmedicalism Explained by a Transmedicalist.
Okay.
Stop assuming what we believe without asking. Let us proceed.
So I had a request for this video. I cannot remember who said it or where it was said, but I'm gonna make it anyway. It's basically just to talk about the basics of what transmedicalism and Truscum is, because unfortunately most people who even know what the word means did not hear about it or learn about it through people who actually hold that belief, but through people who don't like us, said something rude about us, they asked what it was, and then they gave a derogatory explanation, as opposed to...
We don't like you because of the things that you've said. That's a legitimate reason to not like you.
Going to people who actually believe in it, or communities for people with those beliefs, and saying, hey, what's up? I don't get this. Can you explain it to me? Kind of like going to a conservative...
Okay, I'm going to back up a little bit because I know that I just got a jab in. I'm going to be as good faith as possible here, okay? We are going into this with a fresh understanding of transmedicalism.
True.
Our minds are open to the idea that transmedicalism is cool and normal.
Christian and asking what being gay is. It's not exactly...
Now that I should clip. Transmedicalism is cool and normal.
The best source.
Hold on.
Christian
are open to the idea that transmedicalism is cool and normal.
Oh my god, now that I should clip.
Christian and asking what being gay is. It's not exactly
cool
the best source.
My god.
Hold on.
So
what are they comparing this to? Unfortunately, most people who even know what the word means... Sorry, I'm like rewinding the whole video. Whatever, just play it.
About it or learn about it through people who actually hold that belief. But
okay, I see. So they're saying that like they'll go to trans people who are not true scum and I said it already. Transmedicalists. We're using transmedicalists. They'll go to people who are not transmedicalists and ask about what it is. I guess, but like if like that's like saying, well, you don't really like go up to real Nazis and ask what that's all about, right? You're just bigoted against Nazis.
True.
Like, no,
don't be a bigot.
That's not how that
don't
works.
Don't be an anti-Nazi.
Don't like us. Said something rude about.
Not that transmedicalists are always comparable to Nazis. I'm just giving you guys an
example. They are all Nazis.
Before anybody, the outrage machine fires up.
Over some basic things, some areas where transmed people disagree with each other, and also what the ultimate goal of this is, as opposed to the kind of alternative
media.
Live and let live. If someone wants to identify as cat gender, it's not hurting anyone, and why we think that it is hurting people, and
dark gender.
How we think the best way to stop that is. So let's get into it.
All ears, just like this avatar.
So I'm just going to start off with a very basic bare bones definition. There are two ideas that are required to be transmed. Some people would argue it's just the first one, but generally these two. You need dysphoria to be trans. And
already wrong. No, you don't.
And being trans is a biological or medical phenomenon. And
I think it's closely intertwined with medicine, but not by necessity. That is simply a result of like gender norms in society, and also like if you are transsexual, like okay, like if you have body dysphoria, okay, as a trans person, then you need to get medicine involved. But that's an issue with body dysphoria, not necessarily with being trans. I can have body dysphoria as a cis male with tits. All right, it's the same concept, exactly the same concept.
And I would like to note with the dysphoria thing, a lot of people who hear that think that that means you need to suffer to be trans. But unfortunately, a lot of people also misconstrue.
Dysphoria is suffering. Dysphoria is suffering, okay? If you have dysphoria, that describes a state of suffering. So if you are saying, yes, you must have dysphoria to be trans, then you are saying, yes, you must now be or have at some point suffered in order to be trans. And that is simply not the case.
What dysphoria is when disagreeing with that statement. Dysphoria does not have to be.
Yeah, but I think the key word for us here that for you, dysphoria is key part of the experience. What if for someone the key part of the experience is euphoria, for example? Like the simplest sort of question to ask. What if what if for someone the key part of the experience is euphoria? What then?
Writhing on the floor and trying to cut your tits off. It's
Nobody said that. Dysphoria is a disorder. And
by
it's better to
medical
not have it.
definition,
And the treatment for it is gender affirmation.
a state of unease, discomfort, or dissatisfaction.
Yes, suffering.
So if someone calls you the wrong pronouns and you get a little uncomfortable, that is dysphoria.
Yes.
If you are crying because you can't
And that is a form of suffering, okay? Not a big one, but you're still suffering. If I stub my toe, all right?
Yeah, but need does a lot of sort of legwork here. So would you then forbid people like that from getting, for example, hormones? That's the main thing, right? Because then, for example, I can live without my glasses. My glasses help me function better. True. Why do I need dust medical treatment glasses? I mean, to be fair, in most places glasses are not refunded, I think. I think in most places you need to pay for glasses out of pocket. Although, to be fair, I think glasses should absolutely be part of national healthcare, by the way. Oh, I'm not sure if in Poland that's the case. Okay, then I have about thinking of glasses, I have a really important, I think it's important, right? I have a pretty interesting question then. I think one of these things should be provided by the government and access to it should be protected. I don't feel that way about the GI Joes. It can get instead of hundreds of pounds like 30 quid. Yeah, but gender euphoria is not the same as just getting more GI Joes, is it? Also, if suffering is something that is the sort of condition of getting healthcare, so then let me ask this. Let me ask this. Let me ask this. Should preventative medicine be part of the national healthcare? After all, usually medicine focuses on treating already an illness. But if you know that certain things can prevent getting the illness, then should those things be part of national healthcare? Preventing, not just curing. Should that be part of healthcare? Or like what should be provided by the government for someone feeling euphoric about their gender? You should provide them with the thing that give them the euphoria. This goes into a very interesting, like this, almost. Okay, let me ask an additional question. Let me ask this question then. Why do we assume that pursuing happiness is not good, but the only thing that is desirable is pursuing not being miserable? What is wrong with pursuing happiness and making pursuing happiness part of policy? That is my question, I guess. Sort of, but I'm not sure if it completely works like that, right? Yeah, but healthcare is not universal across all countries. At least I think so. I don't know. I'm not so sure.
Right? You know, it's reasonably hard. Oh shit, well that hurt a little bit. I suffered. That's suffering. Okay? It's a strong word to use, but it's still suffering nonetheless. In a gross way. When I say gross, I mean like just a strictly by the books way. That's what I meant.
Can't have top surgery. That is dysphoria. Both of those things are dysphoria. Dysphoria can be immense suffering, and it can be mild discomfort. It does not need
Which
to
is still
be
suffering.
That's right,
a
yeah.
whole I want to die thing. And
Nobody said
I think
that.
most people know that.
And by the way, cis women who don't take hormones after, I think even during menopause, for that matter, like it's not really preventing suffering. Like a woman cannot take the hormones and not suffer. That's definitely a thing. So the answer is, should that be like taken away? So are hormones for menopausal women like getting Cammy from Street Fighter Alpha free? Also, this is Street Fighter free. Yeah, I mean, we started off with talking about access to hormones. Yeah.
that we believe this, and it is a straw man to make it seem like, oh, you think trans people deserve to suffer.
Wait.
To put
You just did a straw man by saying that, like, we believe that you have to be like, dysphoria means you're on the floor dying. That is a straw man.
words in our mouth and say that, but that is not what it is. It's simply
Unlike this person would do, put words in our mouths, right?
saying you need to experience discomfort
Never.
with your birth gender to be trans. Now, going to the
You just call me a slack
biology,
jaw?
medical
I think
side
not.
of things, I will
Just kidding.
have scientific sources for this in the description, as well as a video where I go more into depth on this, because that would take like 20 minutes on its own to make that video. But I'm going to go over a basic understanding of what trans meds mean when we
Yeah,
say
sorry, I don't want to assume pronoun. Here,
Right.
let's just check real quick and cover our bases. Although a lot of trans meds don't have their pronouns. Okay, he, him, sorry. What I was saying is, he argues with this person that he's arguing with right now in the shower. Okay? This is a
It's the
shower
arcade
argument.
version.
That's called a straw
Smith.
man.
say that being
It's
trans
good.
is
It's the arcade
biological.
version.
There are a plethora of studies that have been being done since
Oh,
the
wow.
90s up
You
until
got me.
multiple done this year that prove that brains are sexually dimorphic. And that
I don't care.
Like for example, my mom said that she's terrified of hormones, and that she didn't take them for menopause. Which is why she said that I should not take HRT. Because she's terrified of hormones and they will kill me. Or something. Yes, she did. She said hormones will kill me. Ay. Ah, you Lou. Why are you sorry? Alpha 2 and 3? You want Alpha 3? Alpha 2 had something that Alpha 3 does not have, in my opinion. But I can't put my finger on it. I think it had nicer maps. Oh, I do have Alpha 2. Okay, let's play Street Fighter Alpha 2. £20 per year. Just want to pay £20 per year. That's cheaper than my hormones. Some of them are actually pretty expensive. Hold on. Okay, so is this already handled? It's not. Apologies. I need to fix the input. Wait, hold on. Why is this not working? Oh my god, I'm so annoyed. Okay. Weak punch, medium punch, strong punch, weak kick, medium kick, strong kick. Damn. Kim just is all the games to school. Certainly, this would not be a massive issue economically to trans women. Let's just say you even double that treating the issue differently. Still not an issue.
And also, I don't know how true that is. I think there are like some differences, but like it doesn't matter. Okay, so what if a cis woman has like a male brain but still wants to be a woman? Oh, do we do brain? Here, let's just do brain scans on everybody, right? Let's do brain scans on everybody. Just line up for your brain scan when you turn 11 or 12 or whatever. And then if your brain scan tells us that you're supposed to be a man, then we'll transition you. Oh, sorry, Timmy. You don't want, sorry, Tammy. You don't want to be Timmy? Oh, well, too bad. Your brain says otherwise. Get in the trans machine, right?
True.
That's not how that works. And you don't think that either, okay? I'm not saying you think that. I'm saying that's the natural conclusion of your logic.
That
My
this
logic?
phenomenon applies to trans
person's
people in a
logic.
way that their brain
Unlike you, I don't ascribe opinions to you.
is structured more similarly to the gender they identify with than
Unless
the
you
gender
say
they
that.
were born as.
Which you've
And
said so
I'll
many
explain a
interesting
little bit
ones
more what
already.
this means, like what it regards in a sec, but I do want to acknowledge a lot of people, when this is brought up, say those studies have been disproven. Again, I would like to note that there are well over 100 of
I don't care if they've been disproven or not. What does it do for us? What do those studies do for us? What is the purpose? Besides like a gross understanding, once again, gross used as like, by the books understanding of how this stuff works. That's the only reason that we would want to know. Just like a gross need for knowledge.
of them.
Unless
However,
you can
this is
explain
never
otherwise.
backed up with a source or any statements from the involved researchers. A lot of the time, it comes down to hearsay.
I just want to get out of the shower ASAP, not argue with made-up person. I argue with made-up people all the time. How do you think I got so good at debating?
Heard it from someone else. I can't substantiate it.
Difference is I argue with real points.
And occasionally, it will come to professionals in other areas or professionals who are in that area but did not actually work on those studies, saying that they are skeptical of the results.
Hello.
Which
I'm saying that I don't care.
Hello, the Dark Canuck. Yeah, oh, you took hormones for menopause? Yeah, that's actually pretty common. In fact, HRT for menopause is so common that in Poland at least, it's advertised on television. On TV, people say, get your HRT. Women, cis women. You know? And welcome to this stream. Oh, Canadian. Canada has... Does Canada have a robust, like, healthcare system? Also, how did you find this stream, the Dark Canuck? Wait, no, you're familiar. I remember you. I'm pretty sure I remember you. I remember your name. A Dark Canuck is such a familiar name for some reason. My mom said she was terrified of hormones, so she didn't get them. Ay, ay, ay.
About them. You have not given me a reason to care about these studies, even if they are true.
it's fine to be skeptical. That's a good thing. I support that. But there's a difference
good.
between being skeptical and
Yeah.
taking someone saying, I don't know about that, and turning
By the way, the good faith's gone. He's already
I think
strawmanned
so.
us, so the good faith's gone.
it into this has been factually disproven. As far as I'm aware, and trust me, I have looked, none of the major studies in this area have been discredited. None of the journals have been discredited. None of the scientists have
I've
had any big
discredited the
scandals about
journals.
faking
I don't
information
care.
or anything. They exist.
Why do
They
I
have
care
been
about
done
the study?
For decades. They
Because it's a
are
study.
not perfect.
I'm literally about to skip forward. If this person's next sentence is still about this study, I'm skipping forward.
Like, I don't know, general
care.
relativity,
Beans and rice.
but they are pretty conclusive.
Doesn't mean anything.
So if anyone
won't it make
does
you
have
fart?
statements from some of the more major large-scale studies like this, of the scientists who worked on them, redact, or anyone else that I've spoken about this with, a person with an education saying they don't agree with something is still their opinion. It is not a
Okay, but opinions can be weighed against each other. And my opinion is, I don't give a shit about these studies. Give me a reason to care.
objective
see.
research paper. So I just wanted
I
to throw out
understand.
that little, like, no, they have
Just
not
a little one. That lasted like 4 minutes.
been disproven. You have been told things and did not feel the need to seek out sufficient evidence to decide you believe them. But I will do a very, very basic explanation
Are we
of
done
what the
yet?
differences are. Basically, men and
Thank
women,
God.
both trans and cis, have prefrontal cortexes that are different in both density and actual structure of gray matter folds.
We're still on this. Never mind.
And this is consistent among trans people, like I mentioned earlier. And this has also been used by a person's gender identity as
But there's a problem with there's actually a problem with the brain thing, by the way. The first thing I was offered when I complained to my doctor was hormones and they worked well. I'm 56 and hot flashes were killer. Oh. My mom said that she didn't because she was scared. There's a problem with this brain thing, by the way. Because there's a phenomenon that is well documented, we know it exists, called neuroplasticity. And some of the structural things, we cannot really say if they're due to an inherent thing or if they sort of are due to neuroplasticity. If that makes sense, you know? So in other words, I don't even... And once you're on hormones especially, hormones affect the brain as well, no? It all comes together.
women are made as well as a big portion of your personality.
Yeah.
However, are exclusively able to do certain things, it means that your brain functions not anything fundamentally relevant to people trying to say.
Yeah, what about intersex? That's a great point, NB pal. How about intersex people? What does an intersex brain look like? What does an XXY brain look like? How about an X brain or a XY Swire syndrome brain? I just love to know these things, you know? Oh, there's like a distinct male and female brain and nothing in between, right? You would almost say that there's a binary, right? No, that's freaking stupid. Everybody's got different brain, like different sizes of brain parts in their heads because we're all unique. And evolution is very messy. All right.
Women are meant for this, men
Doesn't
are
make
meant
any
for
sense.
this. It is
This is all
reason
pointless
why trans
knowledge.
men.
Yeah, I have another example. I never really care about that are things that are understood as equally as quality of life improvements, replacement. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yes, that's right. It's not even necessarily it's not even necessarily the elderly, but like my mom went for surgery, you know, hip replacement, because she was attacked by a person with an electric scooter. And my mom does suffer some pain. And there were a whole bunch of people that just came to the hospital with snacks, coffee, prepared stuff, and they just decided to replace their hip just, you know, before anything happens. Like they decided, yeah, I'm just gonna get an artificial hip, you know, to because I want it and to avoid any possible hassles. You know? My cousin started puberty at 6. She was on hormones too. They are magic. True. I do like hormones. I'll be taking them in 3 minutes, by the way. I'll be taking my magic. So yeah, there were tons of people at the hospital that just decided to get an artificial hip. And like it was totally different for them than for my mom. My mom was in pain, stressed, saying she'd die, while all the ladies near her were like super chilling and relaxed. You know?
List is called what it is because it is
This is waffling. This is blood waffling, okay? Blood is waffling really bad.
Blood
None of this
waffle?
matters.
medical. It is seeing transness through a medical lens. And
This is transvestigation, by the way. Like, this is transvestigation taken from the outside of the body to the inside. Now this person wants to scan your brain and say, oh, but are you really trans? Oh, we must take out the scalpel. We must dig in and check to see if you are a real trans before you can enter the bathroom. They have the trans police doctors stationed outside of the bathrooms.
True.
Now, giving brain dissections to everybody who dare try to enter the
But
the
again,
sacred women's restroom.
neuroplasticity is a thing.
That's
Your
what you want,
brain-
right? Because clearly you care so much about this, they still haven't shut up about it.
in this case, neurology. But
Well.
it's also the fact that a big portion of the reason for you,
Oh, God.
which is
Is
a
this
medical
whole video?
abnormality, and the way to resolve the problems that come from that medical
Okay.
abnormality is through transitioning. It is through top surgery,
Abnormality.
bone surgery, hormones, facial
Not necessarily, but yes, typically it does involve those things, yes.
reconstruction, what have you, whatever it is people are doing to achieve that. And I often hear people getting mad at the argument
I
that
don't
it
know.
is taking away resources from people who
When I was in the hospital, there were quite a lot of cis women with facial hair, by the way. Just putting it out there. There were quite a lot of women with facial hair. I don't know, it sounded funnier in my head.
need them.
That is a really stupid argument.
Well-
The argument being, by the way, if you don't know, one of the arguments that trans meds give to in response to like transgender people who don't have dysphoria getting care, you know, like hormone replacement therapy. Like, you can be trans, not have dysphoria, and still want to be the other sex, right? Like, present as the other sex. That's totally possible. At the end of the day, it's just a preference, right? But it's a preference that you have the right to have. You know, you are allowed to present as a female for whatever reason you want. It doesn't matter if
I'm
you
a
have
nudist
dysphoria
ever
or
with
not.
facial hair.
All right.
Oh,
And a doctor
nice.
has the jurisdiction to give people medicine and care for whatever reasons they see fit. They're trained to do that. You're not trained in medicine, I would bet. Okay?
I have to
I
be
see you drawing.
diligent to
You're a
keep
very
my
good
gum.
artist. And I would not
I mean,
take that from
laser
you. You're not
therapy is
a
an
medical
option,
professional
which I
like
should
me.
get.
Okay, so take it from me, which I'm not trying to appeal to my own authority here, but sometimes I do a little bit. You know, because I've studied this shit, so I know how it works.
Well, I think these people highly overestimate how common and easy to access and cheap gender clinics are. Even in America
So
and
what?
the UK, where
That's
they
great.
are
No, that's great. Make them cheaper. They should be free. Oh,
Wait,
wait,
that's
no.
bad that they're cheap and accessible? I would think that's good. That's a weird thing to complain about. So I had a group of dumbasses call me the Teasler because of my facial hair. That was weird. Well, that's because people just assume, right? People just assume.
No, sorry, he's saying
Teasler.
sorry, he was making a good point actually. He was saying that it's not a problem, right? That it's not a problem. Okay, sorry. We're on the same page still. Sorry.
are
I
more
agree so
prevalent.
far.
There are still extremely long wait times for a lot of them, especially in areas
Oh
that
wait, no, we're not on the same page. Hold on, I got to replay this whole thing.
I often hear people getting mad at the argument
I
that
often hear people get
I've been called the
Getting mad.
Teasler by Tucker
it is taking
Carlson
away
fans.
resources
Well,
from
not the
people who
Teasler,
need them.
but they said that I should
Oh, so
get a
he is making that
physiology
argument.
check.
Got it. We don't agree. Sorry, I completely missed it. My bad.
We
Yeah, you're
agree.
stupid for that one.
First of
Really
all, I think
stupid.
these people highly overestimate how common and easy to access and cheap gender clinics are. Even in America and the UK, where they are more prevalent, there are still extremely long
Okay, so sorry. We'll play it one more time for those in the back. Okay, pay attention, because I had to replay it again too.
and I often hear people getting mad at the argument
I'm mad.
that it is taking away resources from people who need them.
It's not. Those
First of all, I
resources
think
are
these
not
people highly
limited.
overestimate how common and easy to access and cheap gender clinics are.
Wrong. Incorrect. They could be very cheap and very easy to access if we had the proper laws in place, or the lack thereof, I should say.
Even in
There are not
America
many
and the
clinics
UK,
in
where they
Poland.
are more
None.
prevalent, there are still extremely long wait times for a lot of them, especially
That's entirely a problem that is fixable without impacting the patient.
Bro.
You would not hold any other medical condition to this standard. I guarantee you. My diabetes is worse than yours, pal. So you don't get insulin, okay? You don't get insulin. I do.
True.
And
That
that's
is
because
ridiculous,
Of,
yeah.
You know, the artificial insulin shortage imposed on us by our betters, okay? So now you get to suffer for that. So you sit down and shut up. You don't get insulin, dumbass. My diabetes is worse than yours. Oh, you don't like that
Mine
now,
is
do you?
bigger than
Because you
yours.
consider that a real medical condition, right?
in areas that aren't like super liberal leftist, and they are still mostly not covered by health insurance. And this idea that
We shouldn't even need health insurance. Make it free.
being trans is just an identity, it's just a thing
Yes.
you do because it suits you or whatever, or you
it could be. It could be. That's totally valid.
identify that
It could be
way.
just a thing you do.
Creates two problems. One,
What's
it
the
makes
problem?
If I say I'm a woman and somebody asks why do you say that, I'm gonna say I could literally say it because I thought it'd be fun. I thought it'd be fun, you know, and it was. Now, granted, that's not typical. Okay, it's very few and far between. Most trans people actually do suffer quite a bit, so I feel like we should focus on those people.
trans healthcare seem cosmetic and often be classified that way by insurance. And two,
Yeah, and they're stupid. Insurance does not. Okay, let's say that you get breast cancer.
Oh.
Right, breast cancer, and usually
I
with
do
breast
have three.
cancer, it's unilateral. What that means is that it only occurs on one side. It's unilateral, and if it only occurs on one side, and the treatment is a mastectomy for breast cancer, they're only going to do the mastectomy on one side. Okay, and that I'm sure a lot of you know this. That leaves you with one tit. Okay, so if you only have
So like
one
on
tit,
Amazon.
some women are fine with that, but others aren't. Okay? So they get an implant. And I consider that medically necessary. But guess what? A lot of insurance doesn't because they suck, okay? Stop kowtowing to insurance. Go lick their asses if you're so horny for them, man. Like, seriously, I know that I'm being mean. I know this is mean,
Who
but
is
like
called?
seriously, these are such dumb, brain-dead arguments.
It perpetuates the idea that
Transgenders?
trans
What is
healthcare
it
is
trendy to
not
be
I don't have to
necessary
listen to
for the
somebody
mental
shilling for
well-being
insurance
of the trans
companies.
person, which is not the case. However, a lot of these people will still go get top surgery or
Great.
hormones or whatever and do it as an aesthetic choice.
Cool.
Or
Good
do
for
it
them.
because they do have dysphoria and, like I mentioned at the beginning, understand dysphoria as immense suffering and not discomfort. But for the people who truly don't have dysphoria, it is simply a way to validate themselves
Great.
or to achieve an
Sounds
aesthetic
great.
goal.
Sounds like their lives
While
are better.
for the
I like it.
trans
Let's do it.
people who experience dysphoria, they could potentially kill themselves, harm themselves, end up hospitalized, whatever.
Okay.
Be severely mentally ill
They can
due
get
to
it
their
too. They
inability
can all
to
get it.
access this necessary resource, while the clinics are being aggressively overcrowded. And
That's not happening. That you need to provide a source for that if you think that's happening. I would love to see a source.
How many people?
And if that is
how
happening,
many
by the
trans
way, let's
people
say
are
that it
there
is. Let's
the
grant you that.
hospitals are
That's not
overcrowded?
that's not my fault. That is not my fault. You know what's crowded? The ER.
Oh,
Okay? You know where I go if I have a stomach ache that is a 10 out of 10? I go to the ER. Maybe I'm just constipated. Doesn't fucking matter. I'm still going to the ER. All right? Doesn't matter how serious it is.
Contra
That's
said
where I
that.
go.
That's
Sometimes that
surprising.
is just the first step that you go to if you
Contra
feel like
actually
something
is
is,
the term
serious enough to warrant that,
transgender.
even if you haven't been shot in the fucking chest, okay? Like other people in the ER have. And the ER is always wildly overcrowded. So why are we not talking about ERs? I just find that very interesting.
issue in America and the UK.
It's way
where
worse
they're
of a
more
problem to
common.
me.
That isn't even referencing countries like Denmark that have one clinic for the entire
It is
country.
very infuriating.
And these wait times can be weeks to months to even years, especially
Okay, build more clinics. Done.
for surgeons. It's like with the formula shortage. If there was a childless woman with a baby doll and she goes and she buys formula, she buys a bunch of formula and she doesn't need it, but it's fun to her to feed it to her baby doll.
No. You're
That's-
creating this. This is a
what?
false equivalency. There's no shortage of trans healthcare. Okay? Any shortage of trans healthcare is artificial. You are now building a natural shortage of formula, which is real. That does happen. Okay?
okay. Listen, I'm gonna point out a really basic things. I'm gonna point out a really basic thing, okay? When you use baby formula on a doll, you're objectively basically wasting the formula, okay? I'm gonna go and say it. When you use baby formula on a doll, you're wasting the baby formula. But guess what? When a person without dysphoria uses HRT, it's not wasted. You get actual real results from the HRT. Whether or not you have dysphoria or not, like your body will change. So I'm not sure why the weird comparison to feeding a doll with baby formula, since you're just basically getting your doll wet. That's it. You're wetting your doll. And make it smell like milk. But apart from that, you're not really accomplishing anything. And hence you're wasting the formula. You know? Like you cannot say that a person, for example, without dysphoria taking estrogen is like pouring milk on a doll.
And if that does happen, sometimes you need to ration it. That's real, all right? But usually, it's not a real problem with availability. Usually, it's just our corporate overlords saying that we don't deserve baby formula. Okay? So if there is a real, legit shortage of formula
So
as
it's
a result
wasting
of lack of
food.
production, then yes, we ration it. And we would do the same with trans healthcare. But guess what? There's no legit shortage of trans healthcare. And until you can show me that there is, I don't buy this. It's bullshit. You're spewing bullshit.
All right, look, she doesn't need
Sorry.
it, but she enjoys having it. If there wasn't a formula shortage, it wouldn't be an issue. It'd be a little like, why? But it wouldn't be a big issue.
And it doesn't matter why either.
However, there is a formula shortage.
And once again, if the shortage is being caused by our corporate overlords, I'm going to go after their asses. It don't matter why that lady's buying formula. It ain't her problem.
I mean,
It
I'm
is
not a
not
fan
her
of
problem and
wasting
it's not
food.
her fault. Okay? If there's a legit shortage of formula, then yes, she would be the asshole. You guys understand what I'm saying? I feel like I'm being clear.
Yeah, but this person is not talking about. This person is talking about taking a doll and sort of feeding milk to a doll. I mean, I wouldn't ban it. You can buy food, but I'm just not a big fan of wasting food, which is why I'm also not a big fan of spilling grain on the pavement. Which guy? Alec Gunter? Why does he seem unhinged? What's wrong with Alec Gunter? But yeah, in general, I'm just not a big fan of
legit
wasting
shortage versus artificial. That's all. This person is constructing a scenario in which there is a legit shortage of
Yes,
formula.
there is
Whereas in
no-
reality,
there is no
there's
shortage
an
of
artificial shortage, if anything, which I don't even think that's
HRT.
true, but let's say it is, an artificial shortage of trans healthcare.
Shortage, and she
So
is
this is a false
using this
equivalency.
very scarce resource for entertainment purposes. And it would also present an issue where
Alright, that's okay,
if it was
Vince. Thanks
totally
for being here.
normal for women to go buy scarce resources to feed a baby doll, and everyone said, that's
No,
okay, that's cool, you should
still
be
a
allowed
false
to do that. I'm not
equivalency.
going to criticize that at all. That would result in the formula being even more hard to find for the people who need it, which parallels is that if it wasn't normalized for these
Yeah, so guess what you do at that point? Go steal it. Go steal it from those rich fucks.
people to be going and doing
I do condone stealing if it's to save somebody's fucking life, especially a baby. I'm allowed to do that.
these things, then it would not be as hard for people to access them. And then trans healthcare may be seen as a necessity. It may not be seen as an aesthetic choice or something that you just kind of want. It is seen as a medical necessity. And then eventually, hopefully, that would lead to it being covered
You're so
I mean, fair enough, but I don't know. It feels wasteful.
insecure. This is bleeding
I'm,
insecurity. Man, like what's going on? You feel like you have to validate yourself by comparing yourself to other not as trans people? That's pathetic, man. That's really pathetic.
covered by insurance and more clinics opening and having the resources more widely available. And then if people really want to go do that, then, you know, go do it, whatever, because it's now accessible. But it still shouldn't be classified as trans healthcare if someone is not dysphoric, because it is aesthetic for those people, and it is a medical necessity for those of us who
You may consider it aesthetic. A doctor might consider it medically necessary.
are not those people.
True.
Then
And
what?
one of the last things I want to touch on is the idea of non-binary, because this is
Oh my god. Oh no.
a kind of split issue. A lot of people just automatically assume that trans meds are anti-non-binary, but
My take on non-binary is just as valid as other trans people. You're non-binary, great. Katie's non-binary, okay? Yes, non-binary is valid.
this is just like, I don't
And non-binary is still valid even if you still need trans healthcare, all right?
even know where this came
Is
from.
Alec
It is
Gunter together with
generally
Katie or something?
Not a widely held opinion. Most trans meds
It came from people not ascribing to one or the other gender, okay? The same way that being trans femme or trans masc came about. Exactly the same process, just in the middle.
believe in the idea of duo sex and null sex. Essentially,
Yeah, wait until they find out what American insurers think of dental care. My luxury mouth bones, right?
null sex being sex
So
dysphoria, body dysphoria that makes you want to be neutral, to be flat chested, and have neutral genitalia, or duo sex, meaning that
Okay, but dysphoria is on a spectrum, okay? We love talking about spectrums here, right? Dysphoria is on a spectrum. You can have dysphoria that just means you look in the mirror, you see tits, you're like, I don't really like those, but whatever. You move on with your day, right? Still dysphoria, but I could
do
do
like
without
them.
those. Okay? Well,
They're
going
small.
all the way
Oh.
to, if these tits don't come off my body right now, I will chew somebody's head off. Both of those are dysphoria on opposite ends of the spectrum, okay? And you don't get to decide that, my friend. Doctors do. So, off.
Listen, I can talk about shoplifting. Like in the 90s, I used to. Damn. Now I'm really going to be speaking into the poverty of Poland. I only started thinking about this like, damn. Or rather, I just reminded. I got reminded about this lately because apparently my mother said that when I was small, I chose it to be my mission to rehabilitate the whole neighborhood. So I remember kids sort of stealing certain things. They lived in the old buildings, pre-World War II buildings that were devastated by the war. And I remember asking them, isn't stealing wrong? You know? Sort of asking them the question. One boy and one girl. In that case, they were sort of climbing to get into this sort of high fence cage-like thing to steal old glass bottles to resell them, you know? And they basically told me, but if we're like super poor and can't get anything, then what else are we supposed to do? You know? Or like, if we cannot get certain necessities the normal way, so what exactly are we supposed to do? And that is my question to you all, that I posed to you. Because it did pause, it did make me pause and gave me thought back then. I was small though, so maybe I was just morally incorrect. You know? So what were they supposed to do? Is my question to the audience, to the esteemed audience right now. And those are like, this is like the capital of Poland. Like children from houses from basically almost the center of the city. I'm a bit skeptical linking all of this on closing shops and macro affair. I'm skeptical as well. I'm gonna be honest. I'm skeptical. Like it would have to be okay. Because I think the term shoplifting gets misused a bit. Because I've been talking to, I guess, Somyu Static about the topic. And in the US, the term shoplifting is used when talked about some organized groups that go into a store and steal like full, I don't know, some mass amount of produce, full cars, full, I don't know, carts, 10 carts of produce or something or more. And when I think of the term shoplifting, I think of a person that goes in and hides a few products under their coat or something, you know? I don't know. I don't think that a person like sort of taking a candy bar and hiding them under their blouse would make a store shut down. That is what I think when I hear the word shoplifting. I don't think of organized groups that sort of, I don't know, mass steal like a huge amount of produce from a store. That is not the image that comes to my mind when I think shoplifting. Yeah. This is why I feel like this disconnect when I hear shoplifting and people saying that shoplifting causes shops to be closed. I'm like, what? How is that even possible? That's true. I guess it depends, right? I guess it depends. Okay, I will say it depends probably. If you're dealing with a huge, like, company like Auchan, Tesco, or whatever, right? Then I doubt it. I don't buy it. I don't buy that Tesco will be bankrupt by those things. But what if you have like a franchise, like not a super huge store, like with a owner, and a lot of produce would be stolen from that place. I can see that place shutting down if that happened on a regular basis. If they sort of allowed it to happen on a regular basis. to like, I don't know, a franchised, not super huge store. We can link the vid on. We can link the video on my page, but you have to join it. I think we need to talk about the real causes, and not blame the even mass amount of shoplifting. I I don't know. I think that massing needs a different word than shoplifting, to be honest. I don't think the Europeans understand the context. Well then, join the page. I think it should be in the description. Send me the link and I'll watch it, and maybe we'll learn the context. I'm not. Just because I'm skeptical, that doesn't mean that I just reject the thing outright. Online ordering? Oh yeah, yeah. You're right. They do. Well, it depends on the type of store. So when you talk about macro events, you don't disagree that some local shops can shut down to robbery, shoplifting? Yeah, I don't disagree. True. Mars bars. Mars bars. True. You are. You should be ashamed. Did I take the hormones? I did. So real macro effect here is shifting of how we shopping. Yeah. I mean, that was the problem with the super big stores, right? That people said killed the small shops, right? I remember that being a thing when the big stores opened and a lot of the smaller shops sort of had to close down. Actually, next to my apartment, there used to be like 3 and 4 small stores that I really liked, and they all shut down one by one. We see a resurgence of the smaller shops now, but they are more expensive than the big shops. But they are sort of more convenient because they are built in those home places, and they're closer. So the question is not here what we should not condemn mass shoplifting. To me, the question is, what is the macro issue? Or what causes the mass shoplifting? I'm not even sure. Because the mass shoplifting is... that's not a thing in Poland, the mass shoplifting that is being described here. I didn't even know that was a thing before I saw people from the US debate it. That's not a thing in Poland. Shut up! Right, so even a small store now with big stores and online stores is more vulnerable, exactly that. They cannot survive a mass shoplifting. Yeah, while they would have good income, they might survive such... Yeah. A friend request in my server. No, I told you to join my page, my stream page. Oh my gosh. Never mind. I meant for you to join my streaming page. Will you have a server? Uh-oh. Ping me.
You have dysphoria because you want, or not want, but you have dysphoria regarding the fact that you want both sex characteristics. And that is generally equated to agender versus bigender and more like common LGBT non-trans med terms. But the vast majority of trans med people support the idea of duosex and null sex being non-binary, and believe that if you have dysphoria,
That's not true. You can be duosex or null sex and be a man or a woman or non-binary, whatever you want. It's gender. Okay,
True.
gender has no basis in biology.
For gender.
and you
It's
are
completely
non-binary,
social.
you are non-binary, you are trans, you are whatever. And there are trans med people, often referred to as rad meds or radical trans medicalists.
Oh yeah, this person isn't radical enough. We got to go even more radical.
That don't support it, but they are not the majority.
Well, that's
And
good at least.
I know trans meds who are non-binary. Every trans med that I know is in support of non-binary. It's not as common as people like to think it is. It's basically saying like this little tiny group of people here
Like,
that the vast majority of you disagree with. They are now what we're going to assume all of you believe, even though that has never been the case.
I don't know. The transmedicalist thing is boring. Shall we watch the... I don't feel like finishing this, to be honest. It's not interesting.
And probably never will be the case.
No offense, Alec Gunter. It's just a... I don't mean Alec Gunter is boring. I just mean the subject is not very... I don't know. Like the rant of a transmed is quite uninteresting. Let's watch the thing.
AC, I'm from San Francisco.
So there's a problem apparently with huge shoplifting, and we have to take a look. We'll get to the bottom of this. I assume when the mass shoplifting... I guess my question would be, since we're talking about macro issues and causes, my question would be, if there's a problem with mass shoplifting, oh, don't watch it on stream. Oh, Jesus. So if there's like this shoplifting issue going on, then I have a question. I assume it creates like a secondary market, right? For people that want to... That's for people that sort of want to buy it on the secondary market. So I guess my question is, what creates the... What creates this sort of what's the word? What makes people buy from that secondary market? Because there needs to be a demand, right? So what creates the demand for the black market? I guess that's my question. In the US specifically. Yeah, I mean, I would assume the demand drives it, no? I mean, I'm interested in both. I'm interested in what creates the effect of mass closing down of shops and what creates the effect of, and what creates the mass shoplifting. I guess both of these are interesting. Like, for example, you can have closing of shops if an area is really poor. That's a thing that happens. I saw some extra poor areas in the US, and they were like abandoned places where the only local store was a long abandoned building. Long gone abandoned building. Like, there can be so many reasons for shops to close in an area. Totally unrelated to any sort of shoplifting. Also, how do you create a situation in which luxury items can be mass stolen? Like in Poland, when you steal something and they catch you, they just they just keep you and they just call the police. For surely, see what I'm talking about is when I seen this argument even from Loner, but he presents this issue as a massive problem that caused shops to close, and just thus he justifies a very draconian punishment. Like, for example, like I heard in the US there is no real security in stores, which is also wild to me, because there's certainly security in stores in Poland. Did you know that I was once accused of theft in a big store? Yeah, but in Poland you don't have shop workers who are supposed to hold you. You have dedicated security teams that just work only as security of the store and nothing else. They have a separate room even, and etc. Like a dedicated security. I could watch the intro off stream. You know? Like, how can you not have dedicated security in stores? That is just wild. Incredibly wild. Wait, I'm supposed to tell you my story of being accused of theft in a big store. Or are you not interested? Are you not interested in my theft story? Of being accused of stealing? Damn, I'm hurt. I'm gonna watch it then.
AC, I'm from San Francisco.
Okay, I'm gonna mute it. I'm gonna mute it on the...
Here my whole life. I play 5 instruments: guitar, bass, drums, and piano.
What do you do for work out here?
A little bit of everything, you know, jack of all
I guess I
trades.
cannot watch it on stream. For some reason.
And to get whatever.
Did you look like a thief? No! An even stranger thing happened. So I was in a queue. There was this lady before me on a queue. in a queue, right? And she bought some stuff, and she left a 20 zloty like bill that she should have taken. It was her change. She should have taken it with her. And I stopped her and said, "Excuse me, you left some money, you know?" And then she turned around, she took the bill, and said, "Oh, there was a second 20 zloty bill here. You stole it." You know? And that became a whole thing. The security got involved, and I was in a hurry, so I was not exactly in a very friendly mood, in a very friendly sort of demeanor, you know, because I was super in a hurry. I needed to go somewhere, and a lady accused me. The lady that sort of that I told her that she left a bill behind, said there was that second bill and you stole it, you know? And since I was in a hurry, like the security was like, "Yeah, let's call the police or something. We're gonna call the police." And she was like, "Yeah, you're a thief." You know? And since I was in a hurry and not really in a friendly mood, I said, "Okay, let's actually wait for the police. I want to wait for the police now. Not only do I want to wait for the police, but I want us to review the camera footage from the security cameras that are surely here. I want us to all wait, and I want us all to see the camera footage that's in this store. Especially the lady that accused me of being a thief." And then I sort of, I don't know. "Fine, let's go. Show us the camera footage from your store to see how it happened." And then sort of it ended up with the lady backing down after my suggestion that the easiest way to resolve the whole thing would be to just look at the footage from a security camera. Oh boy. Damn. Good times. So it did not end well for that person. Jesus Christ. The farmers' protest. Jesus Christ. I don't even... Do we want to discuss the farmers thing today? Or do you think it's not a good idea? Have you ever seen the Warsaw of 1927? Corner that's accusing someone of stealing a classic. Look, this is Warsaw of like 1927. You better appreciate it because Warsaw right now looks totally different because 80% of it was destroyed and it was not rebuilt as it was. So what you see here is not in Warsaw anymore. That's not the Warsaw that you'll see when you visit. That doesn't exist. Or does it? No, it doesn't. It's not a thing. That's not Warsaw right now. Marszałkowska. Oh, Marszałkowska is... Nope, that's... If I were dropped here randomly, I would not know where I am. I swear. It's in color. The video is in color. It's colored. If I were dropped here just randomly, I would have no idea where I am. You wanna know how Marszałkowska looks like now? This is how it looks like now. This is it now, Marszałkowska Street. This is it now. This is it in 1927. There's a little bit of a difference, as you can see. Like, I swear, I would not know where I am if I were dropped here. I'd not have a clue as to where I was. I mean, it was destroyed in the war. Like 80 or 90% of the city was destroyed and then rebuilt in a different way. I actually know where this is. Damn. The old school Plac Kracińskich. Damn. That is so wild to think about. Like, this is totally not the city that exists now. Most of these buildings probably don't exist anymore. Where is this? Oh, I think I know. God damn. I think I know where this is. Ministry of... That's not interesting. Warsaw Opera. That looks pretty much samey. Patrzę Krzyży. Oh, we're gonna compare. It's samey. It's similar. Okay, that's similar. I want to see some more central. You want to see something really interesting? You can see World War I Warsaw, I think. Yeah, you can see World War I. World War I Warsaw footage. Wild. Horses in the city. Fresh troops passing through Warsaw. I'm guessing German troops. Damn. The tram is supposed to be green, but the technology didn't allow it without looking bad. Oh wow! I know this place. First pontoon bridge over Vistula at Warsaw. This bridge was built and 30,000 troops passed across it with 18 hours. Refugees being ferried across Vistula. Showing traffic over temporary bridge. So there you have it. There you have it. The am I actually showing? I am. Warsaw, World War One. What if everything went? Oh no. Oh no. Pop history video. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. I'm tempted to watch this. It's only 13 minutes. Do you want to watch this? Possible history. 153 views. Nobody's interested?
To say that Poland is an unlucky nation is an incredible understatement. While they had a pretty great Middle Ages,
I love how... Jesus, already off to a bad start. I love how the nation statehood is already projected far into the past, with alongside with the 19th century sort of song and the 19th century flag. Love it. I always love it when that happens. Yes.
growing into the powerful Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Yes, that was totally a Polish nation, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It's even in the name.
From here, it's all downhill.
Oh, interesting choice showing on Orthodox Church. Since you know how to sort of spot an Orthodox church as opposed to a Catholic church. Let's see how well you know. Let's see if you know your stuff. And I'll tell you. Let's see how perceptive you are. Nobody knows? Okay. So the Orthodox cross has this little dash here. The Orthodox cross has this little additional thing. And the Catholic Church doesn't. Yeah.
Competition with Russia, the Ottomans, and Sweden starts to lose them international relevance. Internal weakness then starts to eat away further at Polish power. Eventually, Poland is reduced to little more
The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
than a Russian puppet. But things can get even worse. In a series of partitions, the Polish state would vanish
The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
from the map for the first time. It would then get a short revival thanks to Napoleon, only
It wouldn't. It was the Duchy of Warsaw. It was called the Duchy of Warsaw. It wasn't even Poland. So that's not even true. They didn't even see a revival under Napoleon. That's not even correct to say. They received, like the people received a promise of a revival.
to vanish again a
Oh,
couple of years later. The end of World War I would again offer the chance for a revived Polish state, only to, once again, be destroyed and occupied by foreign powers for another 5 years. After this, Poland was finally revived permanently. But once again, they were now a puppet to Moscow.
damn. Damn. Always a puppet to Moscow. How unfortunate. I wonder if Polish people hold any sort of grudge against Moscow and Russia in general. I wonder. It just makes me think. I wonder if Polish people like Russia. What do you think Polish people like Russia? Leave comments below.
Only in 1991, a short 33 years ago, did Poland finally, truly become independent again.
Damn.
So in this video, we are going to reverse the odds for Poland, specifically modern Poland. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth will get their own episode one day. In this video,
Okay.
we will try to create the best case scenario for Poland, specifically by following an idealized
The memorial for the soldiers that died in Monte Cassino has lots of Orthodox grave with Orthodox crosses. Interesting.
version of the plans of Polish Marshal and dictator Pilsudski, imagining an alternate world where his efforts were more successful. Our scenario starts in World War I, towards the end in 1918. The Russians have already collapsed, and the Germans have turned Poland
I mean,
into
to be fair, his efforts were pretty successful. He just happened to, die of an illness. It's not his fault. He didn't fail. He died. It's not his fault that he died from an illness. Come on. You cannot call that a failure of character.
their puppet state. But as the war continues, the Central Powers began to collapse from the exhaustion of the war. As the Germans themselves collapsed,
War
Eastern
fatigue.
Europe became a free-for-all. Marshal Pilsudski would consolidate control over Poland, and it was now up to him to steer Polish independence. A rebellion would put Posen under Polish control, while the collapse of Austria-Hungary allows for even further expansion. The fragile situation
I love these videos that just play on the map and don't care about anything. Oh, they would take this region, or they would just take this region. Nobody would object, surely, and no conflict would start, no wars, no stuff. They just a little bit of a rebellion here. They just take this region, that region, no problem, no problem. That is exactly how that happened in real life.
was perfect for Poland to establish their dominance in Eastern Europe. But as Eastern Europe was in chaos, the Entente delegates had arrived in Paris to discuss the future of Europe. We will discuss the conclusion of this conference later, but for now, with the lack of German forces, the Bolsheviks are trying to reassert control over Eastern Europe. In our own timeline, the Bolsheviks would push as far west as Warsaw, threatening a terrifyingly large communist state, with Poland reintegrated into the latest version of the
Just gonna skip the whole Polish-Ukrainian war, huh?
Russian Empire. Luckily for our timeline, the Poles won, and the Soviets were thrown back. Still, Pilsudski had imagined an even better scenario. Now, while he was a fervent anti-communist, the destruction of the Soviet Union
He
and the
was a socialist! Pilsudski was a socialist, you idiot! What? What do you mean a fervent anti-communist? He was a socialist. Just because he fought the Bolsheviks, it doesn't mean he was a fervent anti-communist. Okay. Cool. A fervent anti-communist socialist. I like that title. True. Obnoxious religion.
Victory of the White armies over the Red ones wasn't actually a real goal for
Vizitsky? What is Vizitsky? Piłsudski. Wait, what?
him. Of the White fervent Ansky had imagined Poles won, and the Soviets were thrown back. Still, Pilsudski had
Piłsudski.
imagined an even better scenario.
I've got a ton of books about him. I've got a ton of books about Piłsudski in this room. There's a book around about him here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 volume series on him over here.
Now, while he was a fervent anti-communist,
So yeah, he was a socialist. You can even check. In an English source. No English sources. How surprising. Józef Piłsudski był socjalistą. Oh my god, the place wants me to pay. Screw you, I'm not paying. Oh my god. Józef Piłsudski was one of the main active members of the Polish Socialist Party. I guess that would make him a socialist, huh? Which books do you recommend? The History of Ukraine. I think you'll probably might get a less biased version of the war if you read it from a Ukrainian perspective. I guess you should read it from both perspectives, ideally. But since the Ukrainian one is less discussed, at least, usually. Actually, the whole Polish-Ukrainian war is usually just in history skipped. In the West, nobody even, I don't know, acknowledges that it's a thing that even happened, which, I don't know, which is a interesting, very interesting thing. A lot of people don't even know that was a thing that happened. Heck, I didn't know that was a thing that happened. Anti-Russia what?
the destruction of the Soviet Union and the victory of the White armies over the Red ones wasn't actually a real goal for him. For Poland,
Putin lied about Polish history in the Tucker interview, yeah.
does it really matter if they are oppressed by a white or a red Tsar sitting in Moscow? Neither should be allowed. For Pilsudski, the Russian Civil War provided a completely different opportunity. He imagined Poland like Prometheus, the titan of Greek mythology that gave fire to the humans. Poland would be the
Also, Piłsudski imagined ideally Poland as this multinational state rather than a nation state, and like he wanted it to be like a confederate state or something, and sort of he was thwarted by a super hardcore nationalist, another famous person, Dmowski, who was a super hardcore anti-Semite. Oh. Swarm of Rats. A lot of people in America can distinguish Balkans from the Baltics. I doubt they would know anything about Ukrainian and Polish history. That is unfortunate since, you know, it's interesting history. And also, it's relevant now because of the war.
One to give the nations of Eastern Europe independence from Moscow. This would weaken Russia to such an extent that they couldn't pose an as direct threat to these new independent states. So let us rewind just a little.
Like Piłsudski wanted like this union between Poland, Lithuania and Belarus in a confederacy sort of thing. And plus he wanted independent Ukraine to be a close ally.
Bit more. For starters, let us imagine that the Bolsheviks struggle a bit more in their civil war, struggling harder with reasserting control. Poland starts to work with other nationalist movements, fighting to liberate Eastern Europe and the Caucasus from the Russians. Now obviously, none of this will work just from giving Poland more luck. We need something more concrete. In our time,
well, you need to eliminate Dmowski from this equation, I guess. If you really wanted Piłsudski to get what he wanted, you need to eliminate Dmowski from this little tale.
The Polish position was quite divided. While they talked a big game about independence for Eastern Europe, in practice, they had conquered parts of Belarus, Lithuania, and Ukraine.
That's a bit complicated though, because some of these parts of Ukraine, Belarus, and Lithuania had a super majority of Polish people living in it. But again, that was due to the Dmowski doctrine of hyper-nationalism. What's the point of this video anyway? The point is that alternative history, I guess. What if Alt has but cartoon version? Hello, Lotvar. Lothro. A fine moustache. But yeah.
Especially relations between Ukraine and Poland were difficult, over who should get to control Eastern Galicia. It
Of Lviv, yeah.
seemed that the Poles couldn't make up their mind. Do they want to dominate their neighbors, or do they want to work with them? I think
That's because there were two people with two different visions of the country that had very big presence and like very big influence, and those people were Dmowski and Piłsudski. And they had very different visions as to what the country should be.
there is one major change we can make to help the Poles, both militarily and diplomatically, in one fell swoop. Somewhere in 1919, the Entente realized that their support for the White Armies would never stop the Bolsheviks. Pilsudski himself makes an appearance in Versailles with a proposal. Sure, the rise of the Bolsheviks in Russia may be unstoppable, but if the Entente support a Polish plot, then a significant chunk of Eastern Europe can be kept out of their grasp. Any liberated territory will then be rearranged at a Congress including the Entente members, hopefully preventing the new states from fighting each other over it. The Entente agree, and their aid and assistance in keeping the different nationalities fighting together is the crucial piece we needed to have Poland achieve a more permanent victory.
I mean, that could have been done without this ploy. Like, that if Piłsudski had his way and Dmowski didn't get in the way, this could have been very well achieved, like, sort of achieved without the appeal to Entente.
As the Bolsheviks, reluctantly, accept the loss of the West. So let's now reshape Eastern Europe.
Okay.
Germany, for the most part, gets the same deal as elsewhere. But we can improve the Polish peace deal just slightly for Poland. Obviously, Poland gets Posen and the Polish corridor, including Danzig. They also
Wait, why would this be different now? I mean, Danzig slash Gdańsk was not a Polish city in real life. It was a free city, never mind. I guess we're repeating Putin's lies now. I don't know why Poland should get the city in this scenario as opposed to real life. I don't know what changes here. Is that the channel PH from YouTube? No, this is... Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. That's right. Yeah, how did you know? Are you a fan of PH? PhD? Are you a big fan of this channel?
get just a little bit more of the rich and industrious Silesia. Finally, these regions in eastern Prussia...
Piłsudski went on a bender and acted all mental. That title would fitting for this guy's lack of serious investigation. What? Oh yeah.
held significant Polish populations and will also be added to Poland. Going east then, the Ukrainian-Polish border is rearranged, sorting out the worst of their issues. In the Baltic...
you know, it was just sorted. That's good to know, considering that Lviv was primarily Polish and all the outskirts of Lviv were primarily Ukrainian. But I'm sure it was just sorted, right? It was easily sorted. It's easy. Easy. Piłsudski? Where was he born? Jesus, you got me with this question. I think he was from Vilnius? No, was he? No, he's just from some place called Żułów. Żułowo. He's just from some place called Żułowo in Lithuania. Yeah, it's just from some place called Żułowo in Lithuania.
Baltics, all three are re-established as independent states, same with Finland. Belarus
But that's not what Piłsudski wanted.
would be reduced in size and lose some more territories to Poland. Finally, down south, the Caucasus states receive independence. By 1922, these, roughly, would be the new borders of Eastern Europe. With this new situation, Pilsudski's second plan can come
That is so weird. Didn't you want to create a confederate sort of thing with Belarus and Lithuania?
into effect. Eastern Europe is independent, and the Bolsheviks, for now, are focusing on fixing Russia itself. Poland can now start working on the Intermarium project. Intermarium stands for Between the Seas, and refers to an imagined partnership of Eastern European states.
That is what he wanted, yeah.
Though its exact borders are a bit of an open question. But now, the Intermarium becomes the focus of Polish foreign policy. Though, we do need to change it.
The reason why it didn't work in real life is because the countries were angry at Poland for having their land, so they couldn't agree to cooperate. Oh.
Setup. The original design was essentially just Polish dominion over Eastern Europe.
That's not true, actually. No, I already object to this. The original design was sort of like a confederacy thing. I think you're thinking of Dmowski, not of Piłsudski.
Something which would never be sustainable. Ukraine alone has more people than Poland. Instead, the Intermarium needs to be a more voluntary economic and military alliance, focusing on common defense against the Soviets. Speaking of, it's time to take a look at Russia. It is difficult to overstate...
At least work with what the actual people wanted in real life if you're gonna create a fantasy, because otherwise you're just creating a thing that has nothing to do with the people you're talking about.
Just how devastating these losses would be for their future development. It doesn't really matter who takes over the Soviet Union, they would really struggle in this timeline. Just losing Ukraine alone has stripped 20% from our timeline's Soviet population, which includes some very significant agricultural and resource-rich regions. Combine that with the loss of the Black Sea ports and the loss of the extremely oil-rich Azerbaijan, and oh my, we have a crippled Soviet Union.
Oh no.
If we want to, we can go even further. Install some unassuming agrarian leader, uninterested in industrialization, or some incompetent fool. Or maybe some ideologue who will declare war on everyone to spread communism.
What? That is why? Like, I don't, like, it wasn't just random that Stalin rose to power
And
in
then
the Soviet Union.
lose. But none of this is really necessary. Stalin is still the most likely candidate to take over the Union, but even his ruthless tactics wouldn't be able to achieve the breakneck modernization of our own timeline. Obviously, the Soviet Union is always a looming threat for Eastern Europe.
Did you notice that all these alt history morons, alt history can be fun? I mean, this dance in specific, use classic music to add an air of seriousness. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I've noticed. Yes. I have in fact noticed, yeah.
But in the short term, Poland and the boys have enough advantages to hold them off. Now, assuming the Intermarium is indeed a federation of equals, a safety net for Eastern Europe, and not just Polish domination in disguise, it can be absolutely amazing for Poland. Poland is by far the most industrialized economy in Eastern Europe, mostly due to their western, former German territories. This means that, if things goes well, industrial resources from Eastern Europe can fuel Polish factories. A mutually beneficial partnership boosting all of their economies, but mainly improving Poland's industrial base. Now free to choose their own destiny, Eastern Europe slowly starts living up to the potential they've always had. Even better,
I love these videos with maps. Everything just goes according to plan. Everything's just so cool and smooth. I just, you know.
If the Intermarium project is indeed successful, there is some real potential that other nations can express interest in joining as well. For example, Czechoslovakia and Romania may be interested, or perhaps even
Czechoslovakia had, like, before the Second World War, like, some of the best manufacturing of weapons in Europe.
Finland. Especially as Hungary and Germany start remilitarizing, the expansion of the alliance becomes more likely. And this rise
I mean, already, in this scenario already, Hitler has no chance of attacking, by the way. Already in this scenario, like, Hitler would not be able to attack in 1 million years. He just gets stomped. If Czechoslovakia joined with their super industry base, that's...
Germany is our final challenge to face if we really want to...
Believe it or not, in 1939, Germany was not all that ready to start Second World War to begin with, in our timeline.
Secure Poland. Because even our stronger Intermarium alliance will struggle with a resurgent Germany. Even if Poland and...
It wouldn't, honestly. If this little fantasy scenario would come to pass, then actually this sort of thing would have zero problems struggling with emerging Germany, to be quite honest.
Managed to somewhat hold off initial German invasions.
Like, it would be a stomp, quite honestly, if, like, they would have Skoda factories, for one, which were necessary for Hitler to actually remilitarize. That is why Hitler took over Czechoslovakia to begin with, for those Skoda factories. Does this video creator not know that? How crucial the Skoda factories were to Hitler's war machine? That's true.
A simultaneous...
It would be a stomp.
Eastern invasion is undoubtedly coming from the Soviets in the East, which will then destroy the entire alliance.
What the that's... Oh, no, you're... What? I'm sorry, that is stupid. I'm sorry. You expect me to believe that? Really? I assume that in this magical timeline, the whole alliance would be smart enough to arm themselves. Poland, the only reason why Poland didn't, because it lacked certain resources, which all of these places would have now, so... this is stupid.
Luckily, Pilsudski also had a plan for this in our timeline. When the Ultranationalists took over in Germany, he quickly started ringing the alarm bells. suggesting a joint invasion of Germany with France.
In 1933, actually.
Now obviously, as you know, the French refused and it didn't happen. But from the Polish perspective, it is a really solid plan. Everybody knew that the Germans were remilitarizing, but their armies were still smaller and weaker than the Polish ones. At least for now. The longer that Poland waits, the more danger that they would be in. So
Wait, what in this magical timeline, Poland's basically a powerhouse when it comes to the economic potential. Why would it be in more bad situation the longer it waits? Actually, it's the opposite. It could arm at a faster pace than Germany, especially again with the Skoda factories. What would give Germany some magical faster pace at arming than Poland in this timeline, in this magical thinking timeline? What comment should we leave?
Poland, on their own, declares their intention to uphold the Treaty of Versailles by force, fabricating an incident and marching into eastern Germany,
Damn.
coming nearer and nearer to Berlin.
Awful.
Now despite their weaker army, I
Ukraine invented birthing people. True. That is true.
imagine that Germany will be able to halt the Polish advance here, while Ukraine starts ringing the alarm bells regarding troop movements in Russia. By this point, Britain and France likely intervene and call for a ceasefire and new negotiations.
Oh yeah.
Germany, Poland, France,
England and France intervene with their 0 armies.
Italy and Britain meet up to discuss peace. Don't expect big Polish land gains as a result of this war. At best, we can see some minor border corrections in favor of Poland.
Okay.
This war was to uphold Versailles, not some aggressive war of conquest. Poland has now made it very, very clear. They will intervene to prevent Germany from upsetting Versailles.
Damn.
In exchange, the Versailles Treaty is somewhat lessened, giving Germany more room for a respectable, but still restricted army. In a crazy scenario, I could even see it possible that the Allies allow for the Anschluss to happen in exchange for Germany agreeing to this new
Why would Europe allow for a violent coup, which was the Anschluss, to happen? How would that make sense?
treaty. Following this intervention, the respect that Poland enjoys in Eastern Europe skyrockets. Czechoslovakia
Oh.
joins the Intermarium if they hadn't already, and maybe
You
Romania
already said they did before. Forgot your own video?
and even Yugoslavia too. By now, the Intermarium is a true beast. Even assuming a minor Intermarium, they have more people than Germany. Assuming a larger Intermarium, they would reach around
You know, it's the old history logic of treating countries as being militarily strong or unprepared based on some essential racial traits of people. Germany is made naturally strong, but its neighbor weak. Yeah, that's so weird.
120 million people. Is their work done? Absolutely not. Germany and the Soviets still desire massive territorial conquest of the alliance.
Why would that be allowed after... whatever.
And while growing, their economy is still weaker than Western Europe or Germany.
Why? What the fuck? Why? What's the reason why their economy... Wait, hold on.
Still, while growing, their economy is still weaker than Western Europe or Germany.
Why? Why? What's the reason behind that? Why would that be the case? There's no justification for that in this scenario. Why the economy of this super union of countries would be for some reason still weaker than divided Western Europe and Germany. That makes zero sense. What? It's like saying, I don't know, the European Union's economy is pretty good, but it's still no match for, I don't know, the economy of some country that's outside of European Union. England. That's... Why? Why do we assume that? Why do we assume that the economy is weaker?
Still,
It's like how many countries? I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 countries versus 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. 5. And they're not working like connected like this thing in this timeline. They're all separate. Hello, Technics. They're all separate here in the West, and you're all united here. It makes no sense. Oh man, I love criticizing bad history. Hello, Technics. I never asked you how you found this stream, Technics. What made you want to watch Lucy Hazeh? I never asked you that. I'm asking you now.
through alliances and military force, it has now carved up their place as the hegemon of Eastern Europe.
Jesus.
A coalition of nationalities, fighting for their own self-determination, with one clear
What do you mean fighting for their own self-determination? They already got it in this scenario. There's nothing to fight for. Like it's done. They've got it. What do you mean fighting for their own? Against what? Against who? Fighting for their own self-determination. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that sentence even means? To fight for your own self-determination. It's like socialism in the Soviet bloc that you eternally move towards. Self-determination is something that you get and then you just have, not something that you eternally fight for. It's hello.
motivation. They will never again accept German or Russian domination over the region. And let's be honest, with the ideological differences between Germany and the Soviets, there is no way that they would ever start to cooperate.
The scum of the earth, I believe, the bloody assassin of the workers, I presume.
Right? Right? But that's where I'll end this video.
But it's all, but the Soviet Union was butchered in your scenario. They would not be even a threat. Where is this part 1? Like, I want to see comments. If everything went perfect for Poland, they'd be in space. I've been waiting for this for years. People are so... I don't know. I don't know what to say. I've been waiting for this for years. Years. Alt history can be super fun. Unfortunately, the loudest members are adults, like the guy making that video. I actually have a pretty interesting alt history book, but good choice with the classical music for the background. Piłsudski wanted to make a larger Lithuania out of Belarus, Lithuania and a piece of Poland, which would be in a federation with Poland, following the example of the Lithuanian-Polish Union. Exactly! This person knows what they're talking about. This person actually talks about what Piłsudski actually wanted in real life. And then he wanted also an alliance with Ukraine. Piłsudski was still thinking in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth terms, where Lithuanians meant citizens of the GDL. Most of them who were Polonized Belarusians, like Kościuszko and Mickiewicz. The modern state of Lithuania was founded by ethnic Lithuanians who didn't want to be a minority in their own state. Larger Lithuania wouldn't work for them. This is why Vilna problem was not resolvable. It was a Polish city in Lithuania. I mean, it would be resolvable, not in a nation state. You see, write down your biggest grievance of the video. Write it down? Write it down where? You mean in the comments? I mean, there's so much that can happen that people... Oh my god. I'm dying. I should take a throat pill. Okay, what's my biggest grievance? In the comments. Okay. Why do you assume that this behemoth of interconnected Eastern European countries would have an economy weaker than Western Europe? I mean, I assume because of colonies, but Germany, I don't know. I guess I assume because of colonies. There we go. We've done the meme. We've done the meme and now it's all done. What? Possible history. Alternative Crimea War. Damn. Poland in a post-American world. I watch a bunch of Eastern European creators, and one magical day a stream of yours was recommended. Oh, thank you. Who do you watch from Eastern European creators? Can you link any of them here? What does they say in Poland? Donetski. What? I'm sorry, what? What? What is happening here? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this, Poland? Okay. Yeah. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I'm sorry. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Maybe I'm just silly. Oh, wait. Oh, I got a message. Oh, hold on. How do I listen to a message? Oh, yeah, I can listen to it on my phone. Okay. Damn. Damn. True. The biggest critics of NATO are always those who live farthest from Russia. True. I've noticed this trend, this worrying trend of Western NATO critics I've noticed this. It's been known. Watch this. Oh, what do you want me to watch? Oh god, I wanna break my rule of not commenting to certain comments so much now. A certain person made me want to break my rule. I just got a comment under my video saying, and I kid you not, I hope it's a joke or sarcasm or something. Fair point, but Trump is the solution to the socialist problem in America. What socialist problem does America have? That is so wild. What is the socialist problem of America?
August 15th, 2020.
Poland is preparing for war. Why have they decided to do this? Let's go. 6 days ago. Let's go. Poland is preparing for war. Let's go. Let's go. You were right to make me watch this military reality. Oh, what a channel. What a name. A chud name. Do svidania. Or as they say in Poland, do svidania. That's definitely not. But that's definitely not something that you would ever say in Poland. But okay. Gatsu living ironically, Lady Izidar and FKRZ is Russian but fled to you, and who I can think of about pulling up my YouTube. Do you have any Polish creators who happen to be trans? I just got that vote in my recommended. Okay, let's watch it then. You're gonna get my commentary. Thank you, Lothraur. You make the bulk of my Twitch audience.
23. Thousands of people gather along the Wisłastrada in Warsaw, passing by the Royal Palace.
Wisłastrada, that's old times.
About 2,000 soldiers march, flanked by 200 military vehicles, including American Abrams tanks and South Korean K-2 tanks. Black Hawk helicopters and F-16 fighter jets.
As they say in Poland, sarcastically, Poland is the king of Poland. That means Poland's the best. Poland is the king of Poland.
Cut through the skies, ensuring the
I love being sarcastic about Poland. It's my favorite pastime.
Security of the airspace. Allied soldiers from the United States and some European nations.
I heard that about 10,000 US soldiers are stationed in Poland, by the way, from a military magazine. That channel sounds like one of them AI channels.
Also take part in this grand display of military power.
This was, by the way, used as for the Law and Justice Party for its campaign, believe it or not. This whole thing that is being shown now was sort of this boast of the Law and Justice Party. See? And the line was this. See? If we get reelected, we will defend you. But if the opposition wins, all of this will go away. All of this wonderful military will go away and you'll be helpless against the Russian onslaught. That is unironically what was being sort of pushed here. That's the context of this beautiful, beautiful parade.
This is no ordinary day for the Poles. It marks the anniversary of the Battle of Warsaw in 1920, when the Polish army defeated the Soviet forces and saved the newly independent Poland.
It's actually the Battle of Warsaw is not the commonly used name. Do you know what the commonly used name is? The commonly used name is the Vistula Miracle, because the fact that Poland won here is even by Poland's own admission, considered a miracle. and also Stalin's incompetence, which gave him a big complex. Unironically, Stalin's incompetence led to the Vistula miracle. A lot of American bases in the EU have been reinforced.
From the communist invasion. But beyond commemorating the past, the parade had a very important current significance.
Yeah, I know. It was to promote the ruling Law and Justice Party and to sort of say that we build the military and the opposition will not. So if you want to be secure, you better vote for Law and Justice. I wonder if that's going to be the thing that this person's going to say. I wonder if this is the important current significance. Well, current before the parliamentary elections, that is. It's sort of lost that after Law and Justice lost those elections, but that was the significance when the parade was happening, yeah.
It was a demonstration of Polish military might and a signal of the country's ambitions to become a regional power in Eastern Europe. This is because in recent years, Poland has been massively reforming and expanding its armed forces, and the parade showcased part of that arsenal. This is mainly due to the threat posed by Russia in the region. With the annexation of Crimea in 2014 and the large-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, it became clear that Russian expansionism is a major concern for Eastern European countries and for Poland in particular. It also made evident that Europe is not as secure as everyone thought.
Yeah.
Tensions also increased at the border between Belarus and Poland, with Poland...
Yeah, with over 50 people dying, because Poland is a horrible country that treats people from Afghanistan as less than human because, I don't know, they're not white or something. Like this whole thing, this whole Polish-Belarusian border crisis is a topic that we have to delve into deep. Because the government's changed and nothing has changed when it comes to the crisis. And people are still, of course, dying. Refugees. I'm going to read you an article. Okay? An eye-opening article. From Galicia. It's a very interesting article about the problem. I'm going to translate it. A young woman has run away from Cameroon. Her husband, a military man, was murdered, and she was faced with death herself. She was afraid. She was pregnant. She wanted to run away, but where? Someone had to, give her advice. There are flights to Minsk. It's like this city in Belarus. That's Europe, basically. And then you just have to walk through a small forest, and there's a different European country there. It's called Poland. That Poland belongs to the European Union. So when you're there, you basically just go there, and you can then choose Germany, like Germany, or France, or Italy. So she left her little daughter at the care of her friend. She bought a plane ticket to Minsk. And in Minsk, she was offered a free ride to the little forest, beyond which lied Poland. And all Europe beyond it. She went through this little forest, quotation marks, alongside a group of other light and dark-skinned people. As a pregnant woman, she sort of made the march slower, and people started looking at her more and more with sort of unfavorable gaze. A ton of unknown bushes and trees. finally the border, but the gates to Europe turned out to be strictly defended. The first pushback. The Polish guards pushed the group to the forest to the Belarusian side. The Belarusian, more and more brutally, pushed them to the Polish side. They were beaten and threatened. Their phones were taken away. Their phones were taken out of their sort of pockets or something. Their cards were taken away out of their phones, and their charge slots were crushed with screwdrivers. Their documents were taken away and back to the forest. Who did it? Polish guards? Belarusian guards? She sort of faced her gaze towards the ground. She doesn't want to say. She went through some river. She doesn't remember the name. Bug? Maybe. On the other side, there was supposed to be Poland. On the other side, could be Poland. But what was there for sure was a barbed wire. She sort of harmed her hands on that barbed wire. Another pushback. After spending 1 month in the forest, after the 6th pushback, she managed to get into the country and into an isolated sort of facility, and then to an open facility in Biała Podlaska. She gave birth. And so then, thanks to voluntary workers, she went to Krakow. The same activists helped her to take care of formalities. Together with the child, she was taken in by a non-government organization, a place for Ukrainian refugees. After a few months, she was given an additional sort of protection. She was written into the local foreigner integration program. But then, as it turned out, that was not the end of her hell. Reinforced with soullessness and human stupidity, the woman with a child, the one born in Biała Podlaska, and another child in Cameroon, being taken care of by a friend, which she wanted to bring to the country no matter what. She started to get social benefits for her child, 500 zlotys a month. But to get that social benefit, she would need to have a special number for people living in Poland called PESEL. Ukrainian refugees were given the number right away, just on the basis of their passports. But by not having those documents, even if she had the birth certificate of her child, the woman from Cameroon in the city office has learned that the PESEL number she will get only if she will have a passport or another document of identity. The only document that she had was a stay card. Like a card that allows you to stay at a place. And that, according to the city officials, is not a valid identity document. But what is the document is the temporary document of identity of a foreigner. The problem is that in order to get your stay card, you need to give away that temporary card to the office for foreigners. The office worker working with the woman, after thinking a bit about this situation, said that there is no other way than for her to go to the consulate of Cameroon, so the consulate of the country that she ran away from, and ask them to give her a passport. That alone feels like a very weird idea, but that's not the end. The closest consulate of Cameroon is in Berlin or Moscow. That is where it's best to go. Luckily, there is no consulate in Minsk, because otherwise the worker would have sent her there. But asking someone to travel Europe without an ID document, because the stay card is not that such document, also feels like a very original idea and also not very practical. But there is a way to circumvent all that, said the worker. Someone that helps you should just sign you into their own apartment. That's a thing that functions in Poland. For 3 months, and then you'll just get your PESEL number, and then you can get your 500 zlotys. See how easy it is? You just have to create a fiction and then lie about something that's not happening, and then everything will work as it's supposed to. Before the poor and determined woman from Cameroon, there is still a long, hard road. She wants to bring her daughter to the country, and she only has learned of the first step. After surviving in the forest for a month and 5 pushbacks, she was able to breach the border. Through the help of good people, she was able to regulate her status in Poland, and but towards her goal, there's still a long road ahead. She has to fight to bring her child to Poland. She will have to breach a lot of barriers of Polish and Cameroonian bureaucracy, and the author of the article, and I really wonder which one is worse. I've only described a fragment of a mosaic of thousands of cases such as this. I could also write about the Afghan case, the case of the Afghan soldier who helped our Polish soldiers, and then he ran away from the Taliban's in a Polish plane, and then he had trouble being hired in Poland, and the office workers asked him to bring a document saying that he was never arrested from the Taliban. It's a really smart, commonsensical, and really up to, really in touch with real politics, migration politics, is necessary. So what do you think of the article? What do you think? So yeah, what did you think? Correction, Anna, the one that hates the homeless that does not feed any kittens. I mean, it's the same person, yeah. See, I translated the article for you. What do you think? Was it a good translation? Do you like it? How you like? How do you like? Come on, I need your feedbacks. I did my best. Heartbreaking, but important to know. I mean, that is part of the Polish-Belarusian border crisis. That is unfortunate, but it's like people sort of describe. Oh, could not play Crash 4. Like people, when they describe immigration, when they describe refugees, when they describe, like people are described not as people, you know, not as humans. That is a very common thing. Like people are made to forget, hey, these people that come to the border are actually just people that want to live here, you know, and do things just as everybody else that just happens to be born in a given place, you know. Like I have to say that the policy for immigration and refugees is pretty deplorable. I would say that it's pretty deplorable across the board in the European Union. To be quite honest, the dehumanization of refugees and immigrants is like just horrible. The pushback policy that has not been lifted still. It just like over 50 people have died at the border. People should not be dying at the border. Like one child got poisoned at some point because the child was so hungry and found a mushroom in the forest and just got poisoned. A refugee child, of course. People describe migrants as pawns of Putin, Lukashenko, rather than actual people. It's gross. Yeah, it is. Like, the term hybrid warfare is thrown a lot. You know what would be best to resolve this so-called hybrid war? It would be to actually let the people in and to let them sort of settle in and live. You know? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, the border crisis started before the war in Ukraine, and people were saying that thousands of people will destabilize the entirety of the European Union. Thousands of people would destabilize the entire European Union region. And then the war started, and millions of people were accepted as refugees. Like, and no problem. So the entire argument should be, you know, exposed as ridiculous. Ridiculous. I'm so happy that Ukrainian people also sort of point out this sort of thing. Like, I've read very interesting thing by a person that said, we just happen to be the lucky refugees, but it's horrible that people are treated this way. You know? Oh wait, we're watching a video! Oh my god, I almost forgot that we were doing a reaction to a video. A lot of Ukraine war grifting channels are talking about refugees as hybrid warfare. Yeah, I know. And that's never even like explored, or that's never sort of, there's no analysis of what that even means. It's only a warfare if you think a few thousand non-white people existing near you is an act of war, so the whole framing is disgusting down to the core. I agree with that. Yeah. And we've just read one story of many, you know, of a person whose husband was murdered. She was just trying to find a better life, and borders are a sign of failure on the human race, and a lot of economic angst due to austerity and quantitative easing is directed towards the necessary. Yeah. Why are we watching this very low effort video? Because the only Twitch chatter that I have recommended it to me, so I don't want to lose my only Twitch chatter. That's why I need my Twitch chatters. I need my one Twitch chatter to sort of make it that it's worth for me to multi-stream.
Polish and Belarusian troops preparing for the worst. When Putin sent Wagner troops to Belarus, Poland decided to move 10,000 soldiers to the border due to growing concerns. Russia also moved short-range nuclear weapons to Belarus, further escalating the situation.
True, but nothing came of it, by the way.
Everything indicates that Putin's ally, dictator Lukashenko, is happy to help Russia in its conflict with the West.
I mean, it's not like Belarus has a lot of wiggle room or a choice not to help Putin, so that's like saying that the grass is green, of course.
Has become a real threat to Warsaw. To the southeast of Poland, Russia made moves to advance over the Ukrainian border.
Damn.
And we must not forget the enclave of Kaliningrad, which is a small piece of Russia directly on the border with Poland.
I mean, all of that would be pretty scary if it wasn't for the fact that Russia is pretty busy.
To the north. In other words, Poland is threatened by Russia from all sides.
No, it's not. Russia's pretty tied up. Have we forgotten about that? Oh boy.
To make matters worse, the war in Ukraine has exposed significant flaws in European armed forces.
Oh. A significant flaws in the European armed forces, namely not sending weapons where they're needed.
Many NATO countries, such as Germany and France, currently have limited military capabilities. Poland wants to fill part of that vacuum and become the country with the largest army in Europe.
I mean, that is sort of starting to happen.
To understand the reasons behind this Polish ambition, we need to look a bit at the turbulent history between Poland and Russia.
Oh no, another Putin lecture. Thank God it's mercifully quick and not half an hour.
Over the centuries, Poland has been invaded and occupied several times by foreign powers, including Russia. This began as early as the 18th century when the Russian Empire took part in the partitions of Poland between
of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, thank you.
Prussia, Austria, and Russia. Poland would only regain its independence after World War I, but that independence was short-lived. In 1939, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact
With a secret addendum.
and invaded Poland in a coordinated action. It was
Sobda.
the beginning of World War II in Europe. Within days, the German forces advanced on Warsaw. The nightmare of a new order begins. Hitler's Luftwaffe bombed cities, killing thousands of civilians. German planes destroyed the Polish Air Force. Fear spread among families. Within 2 weeks, Warsaw was surrounded. After Germany's defeat in 1945, Poland fell under Soviet
Apparently there are quite a few Ukrainians in this photo.
influence and was incorporated into the communist bloc. Only with the fall of the Soviet Union at the end of the 80s
Where's this? Where is this?
did the country
I don't quite recognize this place. Oh, there's a block.
fully
I sort of
regain its sovereignty. As you
Wait, hold on.
the 80s did the country
Wait, hold on. Oh. This is embarrassing. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Oh,
fully
how did I...
regain
Oh, Jesus. How did I not recognize this place, of all places? I've never seen this place from this angle. Holy crap. That's embarrassing.
its sovereignty. As you can see, the modern history of Poland is filled with wars and catastrophes.
True.
This long history of occupations and lack of freedom has left deep marks on the Polish identity.
Mark.
There is a strong determination never to allow foreign powers to dominate the country again. All of this is indirectly caused by Poland's geography.
Yeah, I'm like 99% it's narrated by text-to-speech. What's wrong with text-to-speech? Maybe some people are shy about their voice.
Which is quite poor when we look at its national security aspects. Poland has no natural defenses, being located right in the heart of the European plain.
True.
The area is vulnerable from
That is why it's called Poland, by the way. Polska. Pole. It's the plain. You could actually say that Poland is actually in actuality called the plain land.
both the East and the West, which is clear in history as it was repeatedly the launching pad for any power that wished to expand across Europe. And this is exactly the backdrop for the current military ambitions. Poland wants to ensure that it can defend its territory against any threat, especially from Russia. The last 30 years have been a very rare period in history where Poland has been relatively prosperous and safe. The country joined
the plain land.
the European Union and the NATO alliance, which has given the Poles a break from all this chaos.
Damn.
However,
But not for long.
looking back, it's easy to understand that the Polish government knows all too well that peace and prosperity are far from being something long-lasting in the country. The Polish Prime Minister recently said, never
Why is this dork being shown? Wait, this is a video from 6 days ago. Well, why is the... Oh, wait, on August. Never mind. No, wait, it's still from 6 days. Why is this dork on the screen? Why do we have to watch this person? There's a different prime minister now.
Never again will we be victims of history. This time we will be ready to defend ourselves, and the Poles are indeed determined to make that happen. For this, the government is investing heavily in its defense.
Heavily.
The country's military spending is expected to reach 5% of the GDP in the coming years.
How many?
One of the
How many
military spending is
GDPs?
expected to reach 5% of the GDP
5%. Oh my god, it's 4 now, but it's 5.
in the coming years, one of the highest percentages within NATO. To give you an idea, the alliance's benchmark goal is 2%.
Damn.
This figure
But
even
actually, they're thinking of raising it now.
surpasses that of the United States.
Oh, damn. Oh, no. Poland will have a bigger military than the... Oh, wait, no. This doesn't mean anything because the US budget is a lot bigger. So it can comfortably spend a lower amount of GDP and still get a lot more than Poland ever could.
Currently, Washington spends about 3.5% of its GDP on its military. Although Poland's economy is much smaller than that of the United States, this increase in defense spending will still provide
Will still make Poland the most powerful country in the world.
billions of dollars in additional funding to the
Yeah.
country. The goal is to triple the size of the armed forces by the year 2035.
Oh, 2035. Poland will be conquered by 2035. There's no time to wait for 2035. Come on.
Which currently stands
That's
around-
like 1 million years from now. It's like, come on. By that time, Poland will be a vassal state of the new German Empire or something, according to the Law and Justice Party.
100,000 soldiers.
Damn.
This goal would place Poland at the top of the rankings for the largest army in Western
In
Europe.
the universe.
To give you an idea, this is more than double the current size of the United Kingdom's armed forces.
Damn, that's so cool and impressive.
It's a significant and ambitious expansion.
Why is this person gazing at the screen so angrily? Why does this person look so angry, like looking at the camera? Wow, looks annoyed. What are you looking at?
Furthermore, Poland is purchasing hundreds of F-35 fighter jets
Damn.
from the United States, which are among the most advanced combat aircraft in the world.
God, do you know what Poland could do with these aircrafts? It could give them to Ukraine right now so that Ukraine could defend itself. That's an idea. You know, all these shiny weapons that Poland is buying right now, it could give them to Ukraine to fight. That would be an idea.
It has also ordered Abrams tanks and intends to manufacture its own
That would be pretty cool to give such nice toys to Ukraine, wouldn't it?
versions of South Korean combat vehicles. In total, Poland's military modernization budget for the next decade is about
$100 trillion billion.
$30 billion.
Wow.
It's a tremendous sum for such a small country, but it primarily aims to assert itself against Russia. But Poland's ambitions go beyond merely defending itself.
What, it wants to invade? Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Poland doesn't just want to defend itself. Now it wants to invade it. Okay. I'm curious. I'm intrigued. What else does Poland want to do apart from defending itself?
There is clearly a larger geopolitical project at play.
Oh. Well, what is it? Oh.
Poland wants to be the largest military power in Eastern Europe and the United States' main ally in the region.
Oh.
This would bring more political and economic influence to the country.
That's really worrying that Ukraine is not even considered in this graph.
The country is also leading the 3Cs initiative, which aims for greater integration among 12 Central and Eastern European countries. A strong army would give Poland more weight in this project. Some analysts view these Polish ambitions with caution. They fear that it could lead to a new arms race in Eastern Europe, exacerbating tensions with Russia. On the other hand, the United States seems to support the Polish efforts, as a stronger ally in the region is in the Americans' interest, facing the Russian and Chinese threat. We are witnessing a significant power realignment in Eastern Europe triggered by the Russian threat. Poland clearly wants to play a central role in this new scenario. As you can see, the recent military parade in Warsaw, with all its war paraphernalia, was a
It was mainly this parade was mainly the stunt for the election, by the way.
clear message of
I'm
Poland's
not kidding.
ambition to be a regional power. It remains to be seen whether this project will be successful and how it will impact the geopolitical dynamics in Eastern Europe in the coming years. It's a situation we will continue to closely monitor. Leave your opinions about Poland's military ambitions in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to receive new videos every week.
What an amazing channel! We have to subscribe and like and hit the bell. Let's see what the comments say. Because Poland knows and understands the psyche of Russia, the West are lagging behind. Poland has experience. We should trust Poland and the Baltics when it comes to Russia. I mean, I don't disagree with that, actually. If Europe wants peace, Poland must have strong economy as well as strong... You know what? If we want peace, all the countries that are buying the shiny new toys should give them to Ukraine, in my opinion. Maybe I'm being silly here. Maybe I'm being blind to something that I just cannot see. Maybe I'm just being a silly little ducky. Good on you, Poland. Sadly, you are one of the last few that can see we are in war. Wish you the best here from Denmark. Okay. So if you've enjoyed this wonderful segment, amazing segment, my favorite segment personally, then press like and all that stuff because I have to go to the toilet. And after I go to the toilet, you know what happens next. So yeah. Damn. I'm gonna go to the toilet now. Oh, before I go to the toilet, I'll have to show something to someone. I have to show. One moment. Now I go to the toilet. Okay, going to the toilet. Okay, so Hassan finally appeared to talk to Lucy. Oh my god! Very funny. Very funny. Hassan Piker. I even tagged Hassan in the video. Believe it or not, I tagged Hassan in the video that in the segment that I've released. Did you know? Oh, Jovan! Polonais, première armée d'Europe. I am really important. You see how he tricked everyone into thinking she was dropping out today. How sneaky. Oh my gosh. On sam Zalesia Erone Nel Serko. Oh my gosh. Do you want me to do the Anna Kasparian thing now? Or what? Oh gosh, another wonderful video that I wanna react to. Never mind. There you go. You really seem to have enjoyed the last one, so I'm gonna give you another. Could the Russian military conquer Poland? 3 months ago. 1.1 million views. Let's go.
Poland is becoming an intimidating military force in Europe,
The most powerful country in the universe.
and it's making Putin sweat a lot.
Maybe it's just health problems.
And with good reason. Here's the situation. The balance of power in Eastern Europe is changing rapidly. Russia, the traditional leader in the region, is in decline.
True. Although the US is trying everything it can to remedy that somehow.
Poland, on the other hand,
Somehow the US is becoming Russia's biggest ally. Alongside with Poland, by the way. While we're at it.
is rapidly gaining strength. In 2023, it is at its strongest standing in the European balance of power since the days of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in the 17th century.
No, come on. Don't bullshit me. Don't bullshit me.
And is currently engaged in a large military buildup that would see it create the strongest fighting force on
In the universe, on the planet.
continent.
Oh.
For Russia, this poses even more problems than those it has already dealt with in its weakening geopolitical standing. A strong Poland all but guarantees to put a hard limit on Russia's geopolitical ambitions in Eastern Europe and the Baltic Sea. Might we be
You
seeing
know what Poland should do? Poland should take its new shiny army and send it to Ukraine.
the beginnings of a purported Thucydides trap scenario in Eastern Europe, where a rising Poland causes fear in the Russian leadership about potentially being displaced as the ruling power in the region.
Note the map that plays Crimea in Russia. Wait, why did it?
If war leadership
Hold on.
scenario, the Baltic Sea, might
Wait.
limit on Russian
Oh, that's
geopolitical
bullshit.
standing
That's bullshit. Hold on.
is even more problems than those
Wait, why did it place Crimea in Russia? That's bullshit. Wow. Nicely caught. That's bullshit. Damn.
It has already dealt with in its weakening geopolitical standing. A strong Poland all but guarantees to put a hard limit on Russia's geopolitical ambitions in Eastern Europe and the Baltic Sea. Might we be seeing the beginnings of a purported Thucydides trap scenario in Eastern Europe, where a rising Poland causes fear in the Russian leadership about potentially being displaced as the ruling power in the region? If war did break out, would the Russian military be able to conquer Poland on its own? Let's take a look at the balance of power in Eastern Europe.
Right now? Would it be able to do it right now? I think so. I think so. I believe a lot of Polish military is still on paper. So yeah, I think right now, probably yeah.
And the Baltic, and how well Russia would do against...
Assuming that Poland would have to fight against Russia alone,
against a much better armed Poland. Poland and Russia have a long history of warfare, with each prevailing over the other on numerous occasions. After the end of the Cold War and the fall of the Soviet Union, Poland went on a spree of breakneck economic growth and joined NATO in 1999. Starting in 2014, Poland began a military buildup. The country had previously been under the NATO guidance of spending 2% and a military buildup in 1999. Starting in 2014, Poland began a
I wonder why Poland would start a big military buildup in 2014. What a mystery. What happened in 2014? Damn. Just makes you wonder, doesn't it?
military buildup. The country
Does say rocket on the rocket.
had previously been under the NATO guidance of spending 2% of GDP on defense, but in 2022, it spent 2.6% on its military, by NATO estimates. It is increasing its defense spending too. In 2023, it structured its national budget to spend 4% of GDP on its military, making it one of the biggest defense spenders in NATO per capita. Poland can afford this. It has been Europe's biggest economic success story of the 21st century, with an average annual GDP growth rate of almost 4% since the end of the Cold War in 1991. In a generation, Poland has gone from an impoverished communist vassal state to a budding great power. That Poland would increase its defense spending and military ambitions since 2014 is no coincidence.
Oh, it's not a coincidence. What happened in 2014?
It was the year when Russia intervened in the Ukrainian Maidan unrest, illegally annexed Crimea.
Intervened? You mean intervened? You mean invaded? That's the term you want to use, right? Invaded?
And carved
intervened.
Separatist territories away from Kyiv's control in the Donetsk
At least it's Kyiv, okay?
and Luhansk oblasts. The Poles, who have a long historical memory, understood what Russia was up to and prepared for a potential confrontation. As a result, the Polish military is now far more capable than it was even a few years ago. In the recent past, Poland has been using Soviet-era equipment that the Russian military also uses and is accustomed to dealing with. Such equipment includes tanks like the T-72 main battle tank and the fourth-generation MiG-29 fighter.
When I was small, and I went to the forest with grandfather for a walk, there were still old tanks abandoned in the forest, and I would play on the tanks. I would play on the sort of the cannon thing. I would climb the tank and I would play on the,
jet. However, Poland is now slowly but steadily getting rid of this equipment, often through donations to the Ukrainian military. It is instead acquiring and training its soldiers to use modern equipment, especially from the United States and South Korea. This new equipment includes an initial order of 32 fifth-generation F-35 Lightning II fighter jets to be delivered between now and 2030. Poland has also ordered 48 South Korean Fa-50 light combat aircraft, which can operate in air-to-air or air-to-ground scenarios, and is ideal for helping transition Polish pilots to the F-35. For closer air support, Poland has purchased 96 American AH-64E Apache attack helicopters. Meanwhile, to defend its skies, Poland is
what a cool-looking dude.
purchasing $5 billion worth of American Patriot air defense missiles.
Oh wow, all those cool things that could be helping Ukraine right now.
$2.4 billion worth of
What do you
British
know?
CAM air defense missiles. Poland's investment in creating a modern air force and air defense system would pose the first big problem for Russia in any renewed Russo-Polish hostilities. Russia has been unable to establish air superiority in Ukraine, and Ukraine had a much less capable air force and air defense network than the ones Poland is now acquiring. Military experts expect that Russia will have about 24.
The video is politically vapid and incoherent because the author vaguely knows what to pander to, but he has no clue about any semblance of detail, so whatever random articles he flagged.
Of its newest fighter jet, the 5th generation Su-57 Felon,
Wow.
in service by the start of 2024.
Damn!
In 2019, Putin announced plans to have a fleet of 76 of these planes in the Russian Air Force's fleet by
Damn.
2028.
Ooh.
However, international sanctions placed on Russia for its invasion of Ukraine threaten those plans because it is now much more difficult for the Russians to acquire the high-tech components needed for their construction.
Damn.
The existing Su-57s have seen service in Ukraine, but British intelligence reported that such service has been limited because Russian officers fear losing these planes in operations. For an operation against Poland, the Su-57 would come in direct combat with the F-35 in the first ever encounter between two 5th-generation fighter jets. The Su-57 is faster, with a top speed of about
So cool.
1,500 miles per hour
Damn.
compared to the F-35's 1,200.
Oh no!
It also has a longer range,
Wow.
with a combat radius of 930
It'll
miles
be like kiting.
compared to the
This
F-35's
video is too long, we're not watching the whole thing.
590.
Wow.
The Su-57 is designed to be more maneuverable than the F-35,
Oh my
thanks
God.
to its forward-swept wing design. However, the F-35 is harder to detect by radar.
Oh.
The biggest advantage that Polish pilots would have over the Su-57
It's the cool design.
is the number of planes that they have.
Also notice how 95% of the video is just filler and all of these boil down to a couple of sentences. I mean...
Because of sanctions, development of additional Su-57s for Russia may prove impossible, while Poland can continue to expect more F-35s in its air fleet.
Damn.
The longer Russia waits, the more its disparity is likely to grow.
True.
The Russian air fleet is much bigger than Poland's as a whole, with 4,036 aircraft between its army and navy as of 2023.
Damn.
In comparison, the Polish Air Force has only
So
275
why isn't it using all that super air force in Ukraine then?
planes in service. In an all-out assault, Russia should theoretically be able to overwhelm the Poles through numbers.
Well then why isn't it overwhelming Ukraine through numbers of planes then?
But the fact that it could not do this in Ukraine raises questions about whether the Russians would be able to establish air superiority against a more capable force, and with time the number
Oh
and
come on! Ukraine is a capable force. It just doesn't have the weapons that it needs. I take objection to that.
ability of Poland's aircraft will grow in comparison to Russia. The
I
same
take offense to that, the whole more capable force. I mean, more well-equipped does not mean more capable. Those are two different things.
principle also applies on land.
Capable.
Poland is in the process of creating a vast army. It has plans to nearly double the size of its army to 300,000 active duty personnel by 2030, which would make it the largest fighting force in Europe. The Polish public
Damn.
supports this move.
I
Enlistments
don't support it.
in the Polish military have spiked
He read random numbers about a couple planes, failed to note that the Russians' plane philosophy is obsolete. It's a dogfight.
since Russia invaded Ukraine. As of 2023, the Polish army has about 189,000 total personnel. The Russian army is much bigger, with 3.6 million total personnel.
Why doesn't it just attack on full force with 3 million soldiers? Ukraine.
Whether now or in 2030, the Poles would be significantly outnumbered in a Russian invasion.
I mean, technically speaking, Ukrainians are, so what's happening? Why didn't Russia just rush Ukraine with 3 million soldiers?
Experts believe that between 100,000 and 200,000 Russian troops are stationed in the Baltic enclave of Kaliningrad, which is also home to Russia's Baltic Fleet and hosts nuclear weapons.
Oh.
The presence of Kaliningrad poses serious geostrategic problems for Poland. The heavily fortified enclave is only 240 miles north of Warsaw. Kaliningrad also sits a mere 40 miles away from Belarus's western border.
This stretch of territory is called the Suwalki Gap, and military experts consider it the most vulnerable
Suwałki Gap, by the way. Suwałki, not Suwalki.
position in NATO's territory. A Russian offensive westward from Belarus and eastward from Kaliningrad across the Suwalki Gap would, if successful, cut Poland off from its NATO allies Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania.
Oh, no.
While those three Baltic states would suffer the worst for it, a successful operation across the Suwalki Gap would deprive Poland of some supplies and military options. Meanwhile, a drive southward from Kaliningrad toward Warsaw would force Poland into a defensive operation to protect its capital. Numerically superior Russian forces would also be far more heavily concentrated in a Polish campaign than they had been in Ukraine, which is much vaster territory.
Oh, yeah.
The dispersal of Russian forces across such a large area was one of the reasons why the Russian advance at the start of the war did not come as rapidly as outside observers originally predicted.
Wait, but Russia has 3 million soldiers, so why didn't it use all of the 3 million soldiers? How do you get the 6 million people into Poland?
Poland, with its more compact
I'm
size,
pretty sure Russia's not using 3 million soldiers in Ukraine right now.
would not have the same luxury. Most of the fighting would take place along the narrower axis between Kaliningrad and the Belarusian border.
Damn.
Belarus's cooperation would be needed in these operations, but for all
Incredible.
intents and purposes, it is a Russian vassal buffer state, and leaked Russian documents from early 2023 suggest that Moscow aims to annex Belarus by 2030.
Uh-oh.
While Belarus did not intervene directly in the war in Ukraine, it hosted troops that attacked Kyiv.
Well, that's not entirely true. From what I know, missiles have been launched from Belarus. So it didn't take part in the war in that,
And
sense.
it currently hosts over 9,000 Russian troops, with plans to build even bigger bases. Belarus would be forced to host Russian troops for an invasion of Poland if the Kremlin really wanted to undertake the operation. Poland therefore has significant geographical vulnerabilities that would aid the attack from Russian forces which outnumber them. Theoretically, this should mean that Russia can take very heavy casualties in a drive on Warsaw from north and east and still win. One Ukrainian soldier fighting against the Russians in Donbass in March 2023 said the following: "The Russian mobilizational reserve is pretty much infinite, which means that they have the luxury to make mistakes. They can lose a brigade, or they can lose a platoon, and some of those people are going to survive, and they can share experience with the new conscripts. If Russia were to bring..."
I mean, technically speaking, that's true. But every new conscripted soldier is not going to be experienced and good on the battlefield. So there's a drawback to that as well.
bring its full national might into the war effort.
Especially with those four North countries having total war policies in place. I mean, that's assuming that Poland would not be abandoned or something, which I'm still not excluding as an option.
With different waves of mobilization, the Poles' numerical disadvantage would become more pronounced. Poland's population, according to its 2022 census, is about 38 million. Russia's is about 140.
Yeah, but then 10 million brave Polish people from the US would come back, so that would be 48 million then.
47 million. However, as we've seen
Because
in
apparently there are about 10 million Polish people in the US.
Ukraine, the total number of personnel in the military does not equally translate to combat power on the battlefield.
Oh,
Russia's
wow.
logistical problems were apparent from the earliest days of the war in Ukraine,
Damn.
when it was operating on the border of its own territory. Russian logistics for a war against Poland would be even more stretched. The
Oh.
supply lines would be longer, as they would need to go from the vast Russian interior, concentrate in Belarus, and then make their way to Poland.
True.
Waterborne supply lines
Look, this is a stadium for football.
from St. Petersburg to Kaliningrad would be shorter, but the balance of power in the Baltic currently greatly disfavors Russia.
Uh-oh.
The Baltic, for all practical purposes, has become a NATO lake, especially with Finland's entry into the alliance
It's not a lake, okay?
and Sweden's entry pending.
Do you know what the difference between a sea and a lake is, by the way?
These maritime supply lines would be quickly disrupted in the event of a Russian war with Poland, even in the extremely unlikely scenario that NATO does not honor Article 5 commitments. Russian forces operating from Kaliningrad would
Oh my god, I'm getting
therefore be
bored.
difficult to supply unless the Russian offensive can create a land bridge from there to Belarus.
Oh.
Such a scenario would give Poland the opportunity to concentrate vital resources to prevent
So would Poland
the Russians
win
from
or
achieving
lose?
their objective. Destroying Russian supply lines and command and control centers
Wow.
would slow the advance down and give Poland more
Damn.
time to mobilize and counterattack.
Incredible.
Fortunately for Poland, there are weapons on hand which would help in this strategy.
This is
Undoubtedly,
incredible.
military officials in Warsaw had it in mind when embarking on their arms buildup.
Oh my god.
As of March 2023, Poland has purchased 18 HIMARS rocket artillery
No
systems
way.
from the United States.
No
Poland
way.
plans to increase the number of HIMARS
No
in its
way.
arsenal to 500 units.
Wow.
Ukraine has used HIMARS to devastating effect against
True.
Russian forces. HIMARS is a highly precise delivery system, and attacks on key assets like ammunition and fuel depots, command and control stations, and other supply routes crippled Russian positions and allowed the Ukrainians to retake vast swathes of territory in the late summer and autumn of
At the very
2022.
moment.
HIMARS can come with a magazine of 6 MLRS rockets,
Wow.
most notably the M31 GMLRS
Oh my
Unitary,
God, no
which
way.
can hit targets up to 70
That
kilometers
one?
away. Poland's
Wow.
HIMARS, however, will be even more capable.
Even more?
Because the Poles have made an initial order of 45
Even more
ATACMS
capable?
missiles.
Even more? Damn, even more capable. I didn't even know they could be even more capable, but they can, apparently. To be frank, use the one half decent metaphor here with the lake, as it has been shrunken and entirely encircled by NATO. I mean, what makes a lake is not size, so it's not correct. If you know what's the difference, if you know what the difference between a lake and the sea is, then you will know that what makes the sea a sea is not size. Okay? I'm gonna be not nerd here, and I'm gonna say size is not what makes a sea a sea. I'm still waiting for the answer from the chat, what the difference is between a sea and a lake, without looking it up on the internet. Don't look it up. It's like forbidden. It's forbidden to look it up.
Missiles. These munitions have a range of 300 kilometers and would offer the Poles excellent options in striking critical Russian targets.
Holy crap.
Presumably, staging points in Kaliningrad and Belarus would be a high priority for Poland's HIMARS systems and ATACMS missiles.
That's what I was
Especially since the
thinking.
enclave would be difficult to resupply by sea. ATACMS can reach that far, and Poland would not hesitate to use its missiles
That is
in this
exactly what I was about to say, but the video said it. Is it tides? The water? No. Actually, no. Neither of these things. It's not the waves, it's not the water. The sea contains salt water because at some point it was connected to the oceans. You're close to the right answer, but the containment of salt is not what makes something a lake or the sea. You have salty lakes. You can have salty lakes. The lake is just the river, drain, or rainwater, no? Okay, I'm gonna spoil. After I read his bland, soulless voice makes his hype and rhetorics especially funny. If it isn't AI, he should consider a monk style vogue of silence. The difference between a lake and a sea is that seas are connected to oceans and lakes are not. That's the difference. You were close. And yes, there's a special sea that is sort of like there is an exception to this rule, but it's only still called the sea because people were used to calling it sea and it just stuck. So yes, a sea is connected to an ocean, and a lake is not. Okay.
way. The
I
damage
mean, after all, the Baltic Sea was just a big piece of ice that melted, just from what I remember.
Ukraine did to Russia with only a few dozen HIMARS systems and without ATACMS missiles would pale in comparison with what the Poles could
I
do
think
with
the
many...
Caspian Sea might be that sort of Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Damn. Ay. Okay, let's continue.
More such systems and the longer range ammunition, poorly organized and supplied Russian forces, which would need to operate further from their own territory to begin with, would prove ripe targets for a hail of HIMARS fire. And HIMARS is not the only modern rocket artillery system that Poland is getting its hands on. To supplement HIMARS, Poland is purchasing the South Korean K239 Chunmoo MLRS platform. The first
Well, this is my favorite video on all of YouTube, apart from that earlier video that we watched. Oh yeah, I'm gonna check the Caspian Sea. I think that's the exception. Oh god. Let's see. Let's look it up in the map. Yeah, that's the oh my god, let's graphics. Yeah, I think it used to be connected. Where is the Caspian? I think it used to be connected to the I'm pretty sure it used to be connected but stopped. Okay, mute.
batch of 18 of these arrived in Poland in 2023, and the Poles plan to increase the size of the force to 288. The Chunmoo, which was designed to counter long-range North Korean artillery, can fire several types of unguided rockets, with ranges between 30 and 45 kilometers, guided rockets that can hit targets 80 kilometers away, and a ballistic missile capable of strikes up to 290 kilometers. The Chunmoo launchers would put further pressure on Russian supply lines and communications. In Ukraine, the Russians have adapted to HIMARS by placing their critical assets further behind the front lines. They would try to do this in a Polish campaign too, but Poland will have longer-range weapons between ATACMs.
I give the video 10 out of 10. It's the best video filled with more information and more amazingness than I've ever seen. It's track and plain full of amazingness. You're right. Sifu. You're right. It is. That's why we love it so much. That's why we love this video so much. It's because it's so good. Damn. I didn't expect you to praise it so much, but you know.
And the Chunmoo launched missiles. Additionally, Russian supply lines will be longer, with less room for dispersal of critical assets because of the more compact front that would come from a military confrontation between Poland and Russia. This is where Russia's numbers might wind up working against it, as more troops would be concentrated and vulnerable to rocket and missile attacks. The Russians have also shown poor signal security in Ukraine, which led to many HIMARS attacks on important targets. The Russian military has a poor command structure and doctrine, with centralized control that discourages initiative in junior officers and aggregates decision-making to commanders further from the front. MLRS attacks on supply lines and communication hubs would therefore slow the Russian advance into Poland considerably, with confused masses of Russian officers being unsure about how to act when not in communication with their superiors. In contrast, Poland's command structure should be far more nimble and adaptive thanks to superior...
Tammy spotted. So why does the young Turk Anna hate Ukraine? You're about to learn. Lazurcat. You will learn this in a moment because I actually have not done the Yana thing yet. So you're gonna be in for a treat of the century or something.
superior NATO doctrine, and better protected against the problems that come from a top-heavy organizational structure. Heavy rocket and missile attacks against Russian forces trying to establish a land bridge from Belarus to Kaliningrad would probably prove effective in slowing the Russian advance, raising Polish morale, and causing chaos in the Russian command. Poland is also investing heavily in modern tanks to further bolster its ground fighting capability. 250 M1A2 Abrams, 116 M1A1 Abrams, and 1,000 South Korean K2 main battle tanks are on the way.
So I did miss
while
Diana,
the
but
Poles
no, you
are
haven't.
slowly but surely shedding their
I'm a procrastinator. You have not missed a thing.
stockpile of older Soviet-era tanks like the T-72.
I'm a
The
procrastinator.
Poles are often donating this equipment to the Ukrainians. Meanwhile, Poland's current arsenal also has more than 240 Leopard tanks, which would find themselves comfortable among the modern American and South Korean tanks set to arrive. Poland also plans on having a fleet of 1,000 of its native Borsuk infantry fighting vehicles, which are being designed to work alongside the incoming K2 tanks.
I waited with Diana bit just for you, because I knew you'd come sooner or later. I knew you'd be here sooner or later, leather cat. So I waited just for you. How did I know you'd be here? I've got the instinct, the special instinct, to know such things. That's old news. It's past 2 a.m. What are we waiting for? We were waiting for a leather cat. We were waiting for a leather cat, and now we're waiting for the video to we're waiting for the video to mercifully end. Yes.
In total, the Poles' armoured forces will dwarf anything else in Europe.
True.
For a country that has long prided itself on its armoured forces, the Russian tank units have done poorly in Ukraine. Almost 2,000 tanks have been destroyed or abandoned there.
Damn.
Russia has also been hesitant to deploy its supposed latest and greatest tank, the T-14 Armata in Ukraine.
Armata.
In early September 2023, it withdrew the
You know what Armata means? It means cannon. Armata means cannon. Because it's the same word in Polish and I suspect Ukrainian.
Armatas there, after supposed successful tests. The Russians might not have any choice but to be less hesitant with the Armata.
Damn. I would say that Russians are just scared that their little armatas are gonna be screwed over by artillery, Ukrainian artillery, or just that some World of Tanks guy is gonna just one-shot it.
In a hostile encounter with Poland. Unfortunately for Russia, there are only a small number of Armatas in service. A test batch of about 40 was available in 2020.
It does have like this. It has this weird look of this Elon Musk car. Do you remember the one that Elon Musk wanted to demonstrate by throwing a brick at it and the window shattered or something?
Far short of the 2,300 the Kremlin said it would have by now. Such claims were made a decade ago. Even if the tanks are as good as the Russians say, and there is good reason to believe that they are not, there are too few armatas to affect the course of a conflict, and with Western sanctions in place for the long haul, it's unlikely that Russia will be able to build up enough of the tanks to give it an advantage over the modern tanks Poland is acquiring. The Russian tank force still dwarfs the size of Poland's in sheer numbers. Russia fields significantly more tanks than any other country, up to about 12,600. However, only about 2,600 of those are main battle tanks.
Oh no.
And only about a quarter of those 2,600 are the T-72B3 B3M, T-80B VM.
God, I wish Ukraine would get what it actually deserves to get from... God, I wish Poland would just send all those things it's buying to Ukraine. This sucks so much, what's happening. Man. I'm feeling such a grudge against the Republican Party and against the Polish farmers. You cannot even know.
And T-90AM tanks that have modern fire control.
And against, I don't know. My main grudge is against the Polish farmers and against the Grand Old Party.
Control and sighting systems. Additionally, those are 2021 figures. Russia has lost many of its best armored assets in Ukraine since then. These tanks will be difficult for Russia to replace thanks to sanctions. Russia can break its archaic tanks out of storage, as it has been doing in Ukraine, but these would be cannon fodder for armored wave attacks to overwhelm the Poles through sheer numbers. On a narrow front, those numbers matter, even though the Russians would take terrible casualties.
True.
Russia's ace in the hole may be its preponderance in artillery. The Russian army has always traditionally been an artillery-centered fighting force. The Russian Artillery Corps has about 6,000 gun and rocket systems.
And yet the only reason it's even doing remotely well against Ukraine artillery-wise is because Ukraine is lacking shells and has to ration. It's like basically the only reason.
Of 2023, Poland is modernizing its gun systems with plans to purchase 600 South Korean K9A1 self-propelled howitzers that can hit targets 34 miles away. Russia would have more artillery than Poland in any scenario, but despite what they report about their artillery having one of the world's best fire control systems, Russian gunners are often poorly trained, inaccurate, and following bad doctrine. The result is many wasted shots. This is why, despite their firepower advantage, the Russians have suffered many reverses in Ukraine and have been unable to translate their artillery superiority into decisive
actually winning anything, thank God.
Victories. There is no reason to believe it would be different in Poland. The narrower front might mean greater luck for Russian artillery, but Polish gunners would almost certainly be more accurate shot for shot than their Russian opponents.
Damn, that this person really has faith in Poland. Always being grossed out by the overinflated Cheeto Trump and refused to support. Yeah. Pretty awful. The Grand Old Party. Pretty awful.
In a war on Polish territory, Russia would have numerical superiority in the air and on land. With enough dedication, the Russians could try to overwhelm the Poles with its sheer mass of personnel and firepower, but this would be a costly strategy, reminiscent of the Winter War of 1939-1940, where the Red Army's wave attacks resulted in it suffering as many as 10 times the amount of casualties Finland took. The rapid modernization of Poland's military, Russia's long supply lines, and logistic problems, and poor doctrine and command structure mean that something similar could happen.
I still can't get over the fact that apparently Putin keeps saying that the Russian equipment is the best in the world and that the Russian soldiers keep saying that it's low quality crap at the same time.
In a renewed Russo-Polish war. This would be the most probable scenario. Russia may win if it puts its full effort behind the invasion, but its ability to...
Isn't it what people say about the current invasion, that Russia could just win it if it only put full effort behind it? Has that not been the argument? Oh, if Russia really tried, then we'd be in a different, then Ukraine would really cry. If only Russia decided to actually try. What? Come on.
To project further.
Come on, you silly Billy. Come on.
Power would become crippled in the process. Or perhaps Russia's logistics and command would be so weak and Poland's forces so much more effective that Russia gets stopped in its tracks, as it did around Kyiv, when its supply lines were inadequate, even though the distances involved were much shorter than would be the case in a Polish campaign. But what do you think? What would a war between Russia and Poland look like? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to hit the like button and be sure to subscribe for more military analysis from military
I have
experts.
to subscribe now. Wait, what the hell did I click? 50 minutes? No. No way. No way, Jose. Times Radio. I'll give me a strike or something, won't it? Okay, let's do the Anna thing. I just have to find the relevant material. So until I do, you can look at my face. Lucy full screen. Get this on my face. What are you giving me here? What are you giving me here? Oh. Oh, wow. Wow. No way. No way. Wow. Damn, thank you. Are you saying that because you want to are you saying you want to subscribe to me? Ah, thank you. I'm a lovely? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not lovely. No, no, no. No, no, no. I'm the opposite. I'm the opposite of what you just said that I was. Okay, let's find it. Oh my god. I have to find it. One moment. Should have done this earlier. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, the Maidan Revolution on the 20th. On Huen's birthday, it was the... Wow. Beautiful. I really like it and like... Damn. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so I'm gonna find the thing that you're craving. Dee, 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 dee. Boom, 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 boom. Yo. Yo. Hello. I'm looking for Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian. Like she's deleted the nonsense that she said since yesterday. Then we won't have a segment. Gulag, Applebaum. Did I actually like any of that nonsense? I think I did, actually. It was just so long ago. I'm being too active on Twitter. I like too many things. A kitty, kitty, kitty. I like it, kitty. Don't worry about the noises that I make when I scroll. Don't worry about it. Please don't worry about it. Applebaum. Where are you? Where are you, Anna Kasparian? Suki's mom. Hey, where are you, Anna Kasparian? Which nonsense now about Ukraine supporting us? No, no. More down to earth nonsense. I want to talk about the down to earth nonsense. More down to earth. Far more down to earth. You know what? faster way for me to find it. There's a faster way. There's a better way. There's a better way for me to do it. Or is it? There we go. Got it. So it started with a tweet, as all things do. It started with a tweet. And the tweet was from a user called Trolls Just. You know? And it says, it boggles the mind that in the West today we have active advocates of slavery in the form of absolutely filthy individuals like Mede Benjamin, Cornel West, and so on, let alone useful idiots calling for peace negotiations like Anna Kasparian. Wow. Very rough, but also very accurate. Ouch. Painful. Painful both literally and metaphorically. So now, great. You and your country should pay for it. US taxpayers already shelled out 100 billion for this war and is planning on another 60 billion. What has your country contributed to this shit? How's that nice robust social safety net treating you? Our people deserve the same. That's the Anna Kasparian nonsense that I've been waiting all day to share. Alright? How's this? What have you contributed to this shit? Readers added context. They thought people might want to know. As of January 24, 2024, Denmark has donated, because that person is from Denmark, spoiler alert, Denmark has donated 3% of its GDP to supporting Ukraine, making them the second largest contributor when accounting for GDP. The USA is 0.32%. The fucking audacity of a European stepping up to Americans who call blank checks to Ukraine into question. Sit the fuck down. Yeah, sit down. European Union, as percentage of GDP, has sent more to Ukraine than the US, and also in absolute numbers as of recently. Yikes, she's repeating Russia's propaganda rhetoric. How very concerning. That is true. That is true. There's definitely something going on. Show replies because the replies are nice. Jonasz Rewiński from TVP World. Wow. Big Shot has sort of joined the fray. The audacity of people like you talking of blank checks and going into comfy armchair critic mode while Ukrainians are being murdered. And what is that about telling others to sit down? Small town school teacher stuff isn't going to cut it around here. Nafo party in the comments. The Armenian lady is the host of a show called The Young Turks Says It All. Where's the person? Trolls Just. It is rather odd that someone, Anna, who claims to want to keep people informed, lashes out in such an infantile manner, as opposed to doing a 5-second Google search to not make herself look like an ignorant buffoon. I'm actually glad you ask what my country contributed to this shit, because we did. My country, Denmark, has allocated 1% of our entire GDP towards aid for Ukraine. We have sent over 100 tanks. The US sent 38. I think Poland sent the most tanks. Heard the same crap from Vatnik's Republicans working for Kremlin's interest. we sent all of our artillery systems and will be donating about half of our fleet of F-16 fighter jets. True. Actually true. And now, as of now, Denmark has also, I'm pretty sure, decided to send to Ukraine all of its shell, stockpile. So that's even more silly now. We can put up an article. You know? Oh, half of our fleet of F-16 fighter jets. Poland should send its fleet. In proportion to population, this amounts to the US contributing 270 billion. I can also add that Danish aid to Ukraine has been authorized by unanimous decisions of our parliament, elected by PR, which includes the left wing, among which all MPs voted in favor. 3 out of 3. As to your question about the Danish social safety net, honestly, it has seen better days by our standards, but it would be silly to claim that we are not well off. I agree that Americans deserve proper health care, and I also believe Ukrainians deserve to live as free people. Let me see. Let me become full screen for once. When was this? There we go. Denmark commits. Army recognition. Denmark commits to supporting Ukraine with delivery of all its artillery systems. So as you can see, Anna has been clowned on. Absolutely based. Thank you for being so great, Denmark. As Batman would say, don't thank me yet, because that can wait until you have your country and your children back. Until then, nothing more else matters. And until then, we have not done enough to help you. Slava Ukraini. You just got wrecked, Anna Kasparian. Damn. How arrogant. But it's not even the first time. The Young Turks whole rhetoric around Ukraine has been horrible from the beginning, and it's all been trash. It's been horrible. Especially the vapid asking for peace when the goal should be victory. People really forget just how horrible Russian occupation is. People just don't care or don't know. So who's going to point out to the Young Turks, Anna Kasparian, that she's committing Kremlin talking points and Muscovite propaganda rhetoric? I mean, she wouldn't care. She would just point out that you're being an anti-white racist by calling her a Karen, and that it's a slur. She would scold you for calling her a slur. Karen is clearly a slur. Not the turf. I forgot about that. Almost forgot about that. The birthing person debacle. So yeah, we've discussed the most important topic for today. How do you feel? How do you feel about what we've discussed today? Do you feel good about it? How do you feel? How does that make you feel? How does this make you feel? How does that make you feel? She. Anna the Turf. Should we play a video game or something? Would you like me to play a video game for your amusement? Jesus. He sneezed. That's all? No VOD, no nothing, just tweet drama? Yes, of course. I'm such a good streamer that you were excited for tweet dramas. Of course. What do you mean? I mean, I can look. Okay, oh God, it's Jesus. Such a needy audience. Jesus. Jesus Christ. I'll find something. Oh my God. Thank you for telling the truth in your own special way, Lucy. Thank you. I'm not sure what you mean by in your own special way. Lucy's special. Lucy's just special. Okay. You want a video? You'll get a video. US gives Ukraine 100 million in weapons. Let's see. There you go, video. A good way, thank you. There you go, video. It's muted. How do I mute?
That the United States.
Oh my God, why is it so quiet? How do I make it? How do I make it louder?
Is sending another $800 million worth of weaponry to Ukraine in its battle against this Russian invasion. But what's likely to happen to all those weapons when all's said and done, when this war hopefully eventually is over? That is a problem, especially with the Defense Department making it abundantly clear that they don't really have any way of tracking these weapons, and they don't have safeguards in place to ensure that the weapons don't end up in the wrong hands.
Oh, so this is where this whole ridiculous idea of warlords forming is from. The Young Turks. Because it's not that Ukraine can just win and upkeep, a regular army or something, like what all countries do. No. Ukraine is just too wild and barbaric for that. Ukraine will just fall into kingdoms of warlords.
The Russian military knows the weapons are coming in, but they don't quite know exactly where they're coming in from. Which I think is fascinating. Like, how are you unable to figure that out? But you're right. I mean, there have been so many incompetent moves by the Russian military here that show you not only their incompetence, but how they lack the power that we were under the impression they had previously. President Joe Biden announcing that the United States...
President Joe Biden! Kyriana is pro-Kremlin, peacenik troll, true. Want more? Why does he look so angry instead of being happy? I swear. 1 year ago, Ukrainian troops stalled Russia's assault on Kyiv. He doesn't look happy here, he looks angry. What's happening?
Spent basically the first week of their massive Ukrainian control overextended Inside. Intent was.
Guys, this is an amazing story.
Damn.
Look,
At least here he doesn't look angry or disappointed.
when Russia stalled while doing that 40-mile line of tanks headed toward Kyiv, first of all, they were headed towards Kyiv, and they got to 12 miles outside of Kyiv, and they were in their clear intent was to circle Kyiv.
Damn. So there you go. You got your... Oh wait, Anna Kasparian's gonna actually call out someone else's ignorance on Ukraine. I wonder if it's actually gonna be good takes from Anna, or is it gonna be the blind leading the blind? Because I don't really trust Candace Owens. Candace Owens. This is an old 6 million views. Wait, is this from like 1 year ago? It's from 1 year ago.
To Ben Shapiro later in this clip. But before we do, I just want you to enjoy the number of things that Candace Owens gets wrong in the rant you're about to hear.
Okay.
Oh, someone said...
Damn, someone's so bad. Someone was so bad on Ukraine a year ago that even Anna Kasparian was able to correct them. Well done.
To me... Okay, I guess this was in response to a tweet where I said, I'm the only person who has considered how pulling out of Afghanistan and starting a war with Russia are related from an energy policy perspective. And Anthony said, hey, McFly, we didn't start a war with Russia. Putin didn't even start a war. He started a genocidal colonization. Where are you? Ukraine is defending itself and the rest of the world from an authoritarian regime. And all you can think about is fossil fuel profitability. Wow, a genocidal colonization is interesting. Again, going back to my point of people being stupid.
I mean, it quite literally is genocidal colonization, but
well, you know, he's not trying to commit a genocide of the Ukrainians. That obviously makes no sense because there is no difference ethnically from Ukrainians and Russians. Obviously, Ukraine.
Ukraine wasn't a thing until 1999. Ukraine was created by the Russians. Holy shit. How did I not see this before?
It wasn't a thing until 1989. Ukraine was created by the Russians. It was, you know, they speak Russian.
Okay, so this is incorrect. Not Jesus, 1999. That would have been hilarious. It just said 1990.
Wasn't a thing until 1989. Ukraine was created.
1990? What?
By the Russians. It was, you know, they speak Russian, so it's absolutely ridiculous.
There's a thing called Ukrainian, the Ukrainian language, but okay. Sure.
And again, this entire episode has been exposing to you how ignorant people are about the goals of Vladimir Putin. So I would just encourage that guy to get a little more educated.
Jesus.
So Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, was actually established hundreds of years before Moscow was established.
Hundreds of years is like an understatement.
And look, I am not an expert in this area. I do make sure to understand what I'm going to talk about before I talk about it. So we're going to go to someone who does understand the history and knows it far better than anyone.
Me? Is it me?
In this conversation.
Is it me?
Before we do, though, we should take a trip.
Where?
You ready to take a trip?
Oh, no.
To Ukraine?
To the debunker.
You didn't see Republicans, when we had control of the Senate, try to rig the game.
Shows how the
Wow.
Now, in the debunker, we deal with cold, hard facts, including the fact that Ukrainians
Why do you mess up such cold facts about Ukraine yourselves?
In fact, have their own language. They don't speak Russian. I mean, some of them do, but they have their own language as well. But John, why don't we hear from an expert on this, and then we'll discuss further.
In 1991, at the beginning of the end of the Soviet Union, Ukraine declared independence after nearly 70 years under Moscow's control.
Damn.
And when Russian President Vladimir Putin took power a decade later, he began
looks so different here.
Trying to get it back.
Wild.
At a NATO summit in 2008, he reportedly told then-President George W. Bush that Ukraine was not even a country. And he repeated those claims last week before launching the invasion.
It's Ukraine is a continuation of the... Ukraine is an official continuation of the People's Ukrainian Republic. Everybody should remember that. The last president of the People's Ukrainian Republic gave the insignia of power to the first president of the modern Ukraine of now.
Modern Ukraine was entirely created by Russia.
That claim ignores the centuries of history through which modern Ukraine took shape. It was first home to the Kievan Rus people. Over time, it was absorbed by Poland and Lithuania.
Of course, this is a very simplistic view of history.
It was first home to the Kievan,
because by that, like, I really don't like when you do the projection of nation states into the past, because by that logic, Belarus is also Ukraine, as you can see on this map.
Rus people. Over time, it was absorbed by Poland and Lithuania, and then the Russian Empire and Austria-Hungary. A post-World War I treaty briefly recognized its independence. The Ukrainian Socialist Soviet Republic was born.
I've now realized Putin has never gone fully bald, just so he could perpetually mold. True.
Born in 1922. In 1930,
play Red Alert. You're actually right. We could.
Soviet leader Joseph Stalin deliberately imposed famine there, killing at least 3 million Ukrainians in a single year.
You know, screw it. We're gonna play Red Alert. We're gonna play some Red Alert. You're right. Damn, that's a really good idea. Thank you for this suggestion. Thank you for your service. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. I hope I'm not on some ridiculously difficult mission, though. Why is it not launching? Wow, it takes a long time to launch. Is it on the screen? Yeah, I have to add it. There we go. Load game.
Mission loaded. Unit lost.
Waiting orders.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Destroy Russia.
Unit ready. Building.
On my way.
What am I supposed to do in this mission again?
Yes, sir. For king and country. On my way. For king and country. On my way.
Unit lost. Building infiltrated. Unit ready.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
So what am I supposed to do?
Unit lost.
What am I supposed to do? Oh.
Vehicle reporting. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle affirmative.
Silos needed.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
What do you know? We're actually doing well.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No.
Unit lost. Building.
Damn.
Unit ready.
This is the remastered version with higher graphics.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
We're defeating
Building.
the Russians.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Bam.
Affirmative.
Got him.
Unit ready.
So what am I supposed to do again?
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Building.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Destroyed.
Affirmative.
What a safe game. Full.
Mission saved.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Mission failed.
Oh. Well. Whoops. Uh-oh. Damn. Well. Well, game. Casual. No, delete. Casual. What am I supposed to do? Okay, I'm just gonna take it over.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Reporting. Engineering. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Training.
Engineering.
Silos needed.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Training.
Awaiting order. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Training.
Wow, people are so
Unit
not
ready.
excited about Red
Training.
Alert. So disappointed in all of you. But you'd be all
Unit
excited
ready.
for something.
Training.
Engineering.
Unit ready. Training.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Let's go. Buffer.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Training.
At once.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
How do you change the graphics to the old one? I swear, this was a way to... Oh, so
Unit
this is
ready.
the old graphics of
Training.
the old game, okay? This is how the game used to look like.
Unit ready.
See?
Training.
You can switch to the old graphics at any point.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
And now I
Training.
upgrade the graphics. Damn. Gosh.
Medic report. Affirmative.
Medic reporting.
Moving out.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Mission accomplished.
Woo! We did it. Beautiful. Now that the complex has been infiltrated, the launch control centers must be deactivated. Get your engineers to the control centers and deactivate them before the missiles reach their targets. Where's the video thing? Enemy technicians can help in locating the control centers if they are kept alive. Oh no, is this sort of mission? It's this sort of mission. I'm gonna quit in frustration soon, aren't I?
Mission saved.
Mission saved.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. At once. Very well. At
Very
once.
well.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Agreed. At once. Agreed.
Agreed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Get you.
Yes, sir. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Very well.
Damn.
At once. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
At once.
Once.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once.
Yep.
Affirmative. Very
40
well.
minutes remaining.
What?
Affirmative. Affirmative.
I hate time limits.
Affirmative. At once.
Oh god, what am I supposed to even do?
Yes, sir. Of course. Affirmative. At once.
Oh.
Affirmative. At once. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Yes, sir. Very well.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unilaw.
Agreed. Yes, sir. Engineering.
Engineering.
Awaiting orders. Very well. Medic reporting.
Medic
Very
reporting.
well.
Medi reporti. Kill me.
Affirmative.
Medi. Heal me more.
Very well. Very well.
Very well.
Agreed.
Very
Yes, sir.
well.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Very well. Agreed.
Doggy.
Unit lost.
What the
At
hell?
once. Very well. Agreed.
Why did I kill the doggy?
Agreed.
An evil person.
Very well. Affirmative. At once. Agreed.
Doggy,
Agreed.
doggy.
Affirmative. At once.
Little doggy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Agreed.
Heal me.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Affirmative.
Where are you going? Well, why am I? What did I
Yes,
shoot?
sir. At once.
Professor,
Affirmative.
take me somewhere.
At once. Affirmative.
Where are you going?
Agreed.
Perfect.
Affirmative. At once.
Affirmative.
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 Agreed. Agreed. Agreed.
Agree.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well.
We agree to
At once.
disagree.
Very well. At once.
Oh.
At once. Very well.
I once, never.
Affirmative. Very well. At once. Very well. Of course. Affirmative. Very well.
Agree.
Affirmative. Very well. Agreed.
Very well.
Agreed.
Who's
Affirmative.
agreed?
Agreed. Of course. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. At once. At once.
Only Anna could visit Ukraine and meet the people. It is for too easy for people to get bad ideas about
At
a
once.
place because they have no idea about it. True.
Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Very well.
Going to Ukraine is a good idea.
Agreed.
Especially to
Affirmative. Affirmative.
document certain
Very well.
things like the ongoing genocide.
Engineering.
Since there is too many genocides
Commander.
happening in the world. What is your opinion, Shakespeare?
Yes, sir.
Is there an ongoing genocide in Ukraine right now?
Ready and waiting. Affirmative.
I believe
At
there is.
once.
Unit lost.
I believe there are many things that
Affirmative.
take the
Agreed. Affirmative.
UN convention, especially.
At once. Very well. Affirmative. At once. At once.
30 minutes remaining.
Oh my god, it's timed mission. I hate those.
Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed.
I'm escorting a very willfully ignorant right-wing audience. That's
Affirmative.
true. You've had
Agreed.
so many bad takes on Ukraine
Affirmative.
that it's just ridiculous.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At once.
Like people
Agreed.
talk about
At
negotiations
Very
and peace,
well.
not
Affirmative.
understanding that
Affirmative.
negotiations just means murder and
Affirmative.
torture for
Affirmative.
Ukrainian people.
Very well.
You know,
Very well. Affirmative.
who wants to
Agreed.
be
Affirmative.
tortured and genocided. Like, come on. You know?
Engineering. Acknowledged. Reporting. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative.
Yes, there is a genocide in Ukraine. I wish there was an archive people could submit to, so tweets, videos, etc. could submit it for historians' views because it's of historical evidence. I mean, one just has to go and do the work, you know. Also, there's the biggest, like the transfer of children from one group to another.
Very well. Yes, sir.
Which is super happening.
Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Very well.
Which is super happening in
At
Ukraine.
once. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Of course. Very well. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Very well.
Am I
Affirmative.
losing so many units?
Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost.
I'm there. I'm there. Chew on them.
Ready and waiting. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Nice character.
At once. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. Agreed.
Wow. I
Affirmative.
always like this unit.
Very well.
Oh gosh, the doggies.
Unit
Uh-oh.
lost.
And now I just
Mission
lost.
failed.
And now I just failed the mission. There is one for Palestine. It has a Twitter page and accept evidence from anyone from anywhere in the world. So it's ration in the current genocide. Right. Have you actually put anything there? Have you put anything for the Gaza thing? Wait, did somebody tag me? Deep that right. Who had added me before? Yoink! I can send you their Twitter in DMs. Please do. There's no video thing for this mission. That is a boring mission.
Ready and waiting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. At once.
Okay, let's do something else. Set up.
Battle control
Terminated. Back. I wanna do start new game. We're gonna be the allies. And I wanna see the videos, the highlight of this game.
Stop playing with that thing.
True, stop it. Stop playing with that thing, you pervert. Oh wow, wow, damn. Okay, that was my mistake. Okay, there's present day. We missed Einstein killing Hitler. Herr Hitler? Hello.
Commander?
Commander.
So last transmission?
Oh, 900 hours. Since then, nothing.
Nothing.
Perhaps Einstein escaped?
Too much to hope for, General. He would have contacted us by now.
True.
This is classified.
I know.
I sent for her.
General von Essling, she is a civilian.
That's why I don't get killed.
Commander,
What? That
This
makes no
is Tanya
sense.
Adams, a professional volunteer.
Professional
She will work
volunteer.
with you on this mission.
That's why I don't get killed.
Somewhere inside this research
makes no
center,
sense.
the Soviets hold Albert Einstein. We need
He's
him
a
back.
civilian, that's why all of them get
immediately.
killed. What?
Get Tanya inside, so she can get Einstein out. Once you have located him, bring him back to your drop-off point for immediate evacuation. Be careful. The base is heavily fortified, but not invincible.
Their weakness is power. Black out the base and nothing will stop you. Good luck.
Good luck. Have fun. Good luck, have fun. This is not a cool video, so we can skip it. FM Visa Lost Ark. Yes.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Ready and waiting.
I love the voice.
Yes, sir.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yeah? Let's rock. I'm there. Let's rock. Let's rock.
Yeah, what a powerful voice.
Yeah? Let's rock. I'm there. Let's rock. Let's rock. Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Let's rock.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Mission
Oh my
failed.
god. I failed because she got run over by a... Aid was cut. Damn. I cannot believe I lost in the first mission because I got run over by a truck. Wow. Damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Reply mission, yes. Yes, please.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Ready and waiting. Read. Very well.
Reinforcements have
Affirmative.
arrived.
Take it, baby.
Do what?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
What do you want?
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Shake your hand.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Oh my god. I've lost all of my guys.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
boy.
Acknowledged.
Hi.
Acknowledged.
I was reading about how Israel was complicit in the Bosnian genocide as well. Oh. Yeah. Well, because it's a cool voice.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
I have to make it a bit less loud. Israel.
What's up? Let's rock. Let's rock.
Let's rock.
Let's rock.
Let's
rock. Let's rock.
Let's rock.
Let's rock.
Let's rock.
I'm there. I'm there.
I am there.
Let's rock. I'm there. I'm there. I'm there. I'm there.
Lots Rao asked me to play
I'm there.
Red Alert, but isn't watching.
I'm there. Let's rock. Let's rock.
The genocide.
I'm
The
there.
big one is
Chew
the
on them.
Signal flare detected from the north.
Ooh. I wanna do the genocide.
Allied reinforcements
Discuss
have
the
arrived.
Sri Lanka genocide, you know?
I'm there.
The Tamil people.
Let's rock.
Unit, mission failed.
What happened here? I lost again. I lost a mission that I should have won. Again. I'm not being a good gamer. Considering that you could go Poland, my specify thing, I'm accidentally. What? You're kidding me. Why? Jeez, it's so weird. Hold on. I have to look it up. I actually couldn't find anything on it in Polish. Yeah. Well, that sucks. I don't... Damn. I guess that is one thing that I should sort of try to... The local elections are coming. Maybe I should start sort of pushing... Maybe I should start pushing politicians. Maybe that's the thing that I should be pressuring politicians on. Starting to demand a more non-binary, inclusive world in Poland. Although Poland is not all that accepting of binary trans people to begin with. Damn.
Reinforcements have arrived.
That really sucks.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. At once.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Damn.
Reporting.
That
Affirmative.
really sucks.
Affirmative.
The thing about non-binary and passport.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
It doesn't even make any sense, to be quite honest.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Doesn't even make any logical sense.
Acknowledged.
Like, your gender marker shouldn't even matter as to where you are, you're going to be accepted into a country or not. It should be irrelevant. Like in the gender thing in your passport, there could be a little elephant picture and it shouldn't matter into, you know, it shouldn't factor into whether or not they will let you into a country, to be quite honest. Like, I don't know how the gender marker even factors into the thing. Makes no sense to me.
Report acknowledged. Awaiting order. Affirmative.
I still have to change my whole thing in the documents.
Affirmative.
I have to take my parents to court. I have to take my dead father to court.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
What up, nerds? Unchained Mel. We're playing a game.
Acknowledged.
I mean, Russia's Russia.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
In Russia, they will detain you for God knows how many things.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Signal
Acknowledged.
threat detected from the north.
Okay, let's go.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Incredible!
Reinforcements have arrived.
Einstein. Where's Tanya? Oh.
Yeah?
Cha-ching!
Yes.
Incredible.
What's up? I'm there. Let's ride.
Incredible.
Unit lost.
Vehicle.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Video time. Bam, 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 bam. Oh. Yeah. Is this Poland? I actually have no clue what this country is. Is this supposed to be Poland or? Nice looking ship, I know. Is this supposed to be Germany? France? This is Poland, right? Or no?
Soviet aggression has increased tenfold already.
Oh no!
We don't have the manpower to fight Stalin's armies on every front.
We don't say that out loud.
You did a fine job rescuing Einstein for us. Now, we are counting on you again.
Oh.
One of the passes we use for a supply route has been blocked by the Reds.
I mean, Poland had a
Convoys of the
bits of
forces at the
Belarus
front is too soon in a matter
before
of
World War
hours.
II.
The supplies they carry
And this is World War II.
are critical to our war efforts. Nikos, what we have in that area to work with?
Not much. And time is against us.
Against us? Oh no.
You will have to make do. Clear the pass, so the convoy can get to safety. Their lives rest in your hands.
In my hands.
Go!
Go! Go! Go! Go! Oh wow. The truck.
Mission timer initialized.
Mission
Reinforcements
timer?
have arrived.
What? What am I supposed to do?
New construction options.
What
Reinforcements
am
have
I
arrived.
supposed to do?
Building. Construction complete. Reinforcements have arrived. New construction options. Building.
New construction option.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Baru.
Construction complete. Building.
Building.
Waiting orders.
Do you want to see the old graphics again? Look.
Our base is
What
under
a
attack.
difference. Old graphics, remastered graphics. Damn, so sharp. Stop the nuke launch. Really? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Here's this cool, good book.
Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Reinforcements have arrived. New construction options. Building.
Cool. Ah, that is Jarvis. What, did you check the voice actor or something?
New construction options.
Give me old school graphics in. So, what, you want me to play with the old version of graphics? I can. I don't mind.
Building.
We can play with the old graphics if you want.
Construction complete.
I don't mind. Soldiers. Medic.
Training.
Oh, I thought you'd actually check.
20 minutes remaining.
Uh-oh. We should go. Or whatever.
Unit ready. Training.
Damn. Someone should donate. Nobody donated today. It's sad. And I need monies for my goals.
Unit ready. Training.
Medic reporting.
Reinforcements
It's a
have
bit
arrived.
pixely for me.
Unit
I
ready.
apologize.
Training.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
awful.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
I acknowledge that I'm awful.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Training.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Training.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Training. Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Agreed. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Very
Training.
well. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. At once.
Unit ready.
Okay,
At once.
let's clear the road. Or the
Affirmative.
convoy, or whatever.
Affirmative.
Where's the convoy? Like Optimus Prime is called convoy in
Affirmative.
Japanese.
Affirmative. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed.
I had no money to donate. Apologies. It's okay. If you don't have money, then
Affirmative.
don't donate. It's okay.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
And for people to see the announcement you made for me, I had to surrender my car yesterday since it was a total loss, and I started physical therapy. Oh damn.
Yes, sir.
Actually, forget about donating to me. Donate to Shakespeare.
Agreed. Affirmative. At once.
Physical
Affirmative.
therapy.
Affirmative.
My mom had to.
Very well. At
It's
once.
expensive as hell.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Has anyone donated
sir.
yet from that link?
Very well. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course.
If only I was a bit.
Very well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Okay.
Reinforcements have arrived. Silos needed.
Where's the reinforcement?
Training.
Of course.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
We're gonna go.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Waiting orders. Very well.
Oh, that's sad.
At once. Of course. Affirmative.
That sucks so much that
Affirmative.
people. An accident happens
Very
and you're
well.
basically screwed. That just sucks so
Agreed.
much.
Yes, sir.
In the most rich country in the world, supposedly.
Agreed. At once.
What a
Yes, sir.
ridiculous
Affirmative.
state of affairs.
Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. At
It
once.
should be like no problem. There is
Agreed.
like this whole thing that
Our base is under attack.
there's this whole thing that when I get ill
Vehicle
or
reporting. Acknowledged.
something happens, I just, you know, no problem. No problem. I just
Reporting. Acknowledged.
take advantage of the
Affirmative.
government
Needed.
scheme and,
Convoy approaching. Training.
you know,
Acknowledged.
and it's not a problem
Affirmative.
because
Unit ready.
Yes,
because
sir.
they just take care of me.
Affirmative.
That is so ridiculous.
Vehicle reporting.
Literally one medical emergency and you can be
Reporting.
screwed.
Acknowledged.
Even if you have a secure
Acknowledged.
job, technically speaking, I guess.
Affirmative.
Damn.
Affirmative.
Silos needed. Training.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
This is where
Training.
I'm supposed to go.
Unit ready. Training. Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Training.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, no health insurance, and now I have to surrender because it's gone forever. Jesus. So you need a new car, I guess. Oh, more Poland. Alright then. This is how Poland looks like. Behold. Beautiful. What am I supposed to? Artillery! Look, it's artillery.
Yes, sir. Awaiting orders.
Awaiting orders.
Acknowledged.
From the artillery.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Artillery destroyed.
Yes, sir. Medic reporting. Moving out. Moving out.
Unit lost.
I'm not doing very well. I'm not doing very well, am I?
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Sure. It's a typical Polish house. Look.
I'm there. Let's rock. Chew on this. Let's
Classic
rock.
Polish house.
I'm there. Yes, sir. Engineering. Medic reporting. Medic reporting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Medic reporting. Medic reporting. Medic reporting.
Medic
sir.
reporting.
Affirmative.
Uh-oh.
Unit lost.
Executed. Executed. Jesus. Oh man. Jesus Christ. I can't believe what I just saw. Minimal losses. Jesus Christ. There's been 10 bombardments just within this 24 hours alone. Post. Oh, we need to discuss this. It's a very important segment topic, I believe. Quit. We're quitting the game. We have an important segment to do now. I just discovered an important segment topic, so we're gonna dive in. Damn. I didn't expect to make a segment like this tonight, but here we are. Certain things are just too important to not talk about. So without further ado, I'm gonna find the page. Like, this is very important. I'm gonna brush my hair. Where was what? Oh, Ukraine. I follow a Polish sort of journalist person who went to Ukraine for 3 days, and she's been living there for 2 years now. With a soldier unit, and she brings cars to Ukraine. She works on bringing cars to Ukraine. Should contact. Maybe I should try to get in direct contact. Okay, important segment. Butter knife. So, as you know, I'm on these pills. Okay? I'm on these pills. Which means that my muscles go to hell. Okay? My muscles become non-existent and I become weak. And recently, I'm just gonna read the tweet first and I'm gonna tell the story after this. React. It's been said by many before, but I can confirm my feminism and independence goes out the window as soon as I encounter a jar I cannot open. So, very recently, my brother did shopping, okay? And among the items, I've spotted a Nutella, I guess, glass jar thing, a Nutella jar. Okay, I've noticed a Nutella jar. I was like, oh, there you bought Nutella. I'm gonna open it. I guess I'm gonna open it. I can't open it. I cannot open it. I cannot believe this. But I've been given a hint. Apparently, if you have a jar and you have the thing that you spin to open it, if you just hit it lightly, tap like lightly on the table, you'll be able to sort of loosen it up and open it. I still have not checked this theory, but someone gave advice here as well. But apparently you can just bump it gently on the table. Use a butter knife under the lid to loosen the seal. I know this technique. So this has worked for me before, but this time I was too lazy to get a butter knife. I actually know the butter knife technique. I've known it for years. And figured a sharp knife would work. Oh, that's a mistake. You can cut yourself. Was going to respond to this and say it didn't work, but then thought I'll try the butter knife. And I hate to say, but it worked. I hate to say it, but it worked. Well, it's a technique. It's a whole technique. You're a total anti-sexist. You're a total anti-sexist, a patriarchy fighter, but your whole worldview collapses the moment there's a spider. I mean, it depends on the type of a spider. Cool, I get it. This is the real you. It's a pleasure. Nice to meet you. Shit like this brings the movement down. Everyone's a feminist until there is a spider around. Depends on the type of spiders. Some spiders are just cute, and some spiders are terrifying. I swear. The answer to any jar is the can opener. I don't think so. I don't think so, Chief. I don't think the answer to a Nutella. I wouldn't want to open a Nutella with a can opener. No, that's not. No, I wouldn't do that. I would not recommend that to anybody. What sort of question is that? President Sunday, come on. LMAO, a can opener. I don't know. I don't think it works in every scenario, personally. Oh, Jesus. What a jump scare. I think it's Mike Johnson. What a jump scare that one is. Damn. That terrified me. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna like this because, Jesus, I have to really prepare a big material on the farmers protest. Tomorrow I'm doing a big segment on the farmers protest. Screw it. Like, this is getting out of hand. This is really getting out of hand. This is getting so ridiculous. Wake up, Donald Tusk. This is an insult to the dignity of everyone. I mean, I agree. In Europe, destroying food, preventing a country at war from getting export revenues, disgusting. I use a mix of payoffs and ultimately arrests and custodial sentences to break this mood. True. Jesus, so true. destroying grain. God, Jesus, so disgusting. Like, I don't even know what to say for this. Like, I'm gonna have to prepare for this. It's like, this is a long story. I might have to just dedicate a whole stream to it or something, and then go to the border and talk with the farmers, I guess. Jesus. Damn. I mean, I have to admit that the loner box isn't the right here. Imagine watching a bunch of Americans and Canadians shunning Israelis because they descended from settlers. LMAO, material analysis. J.T. Chapman, American and European settlers who flee their supposed homeland in occupied Palestine and Schittler back to New Jersey or Toronto or Berlin should be shunned and ostracized for the rest of their lives. These criminals do not deserve a moment's peace. I'm not sure if Americans necessarily have a leg to stand on with that topic, I guess. I mean, I guess it depends on who you are in the US. I guess it depends. There is a possibility that you might be in the US and not be necessarily a descendant of a settler. I do the spank method for jars. Text from Avdiivka. My не зможемо бити всі 200. Нас залишилось двоє. Знайте я вас. Знайте я вас кохаю. І буду кохати. Ми робили все, що могли. Damn. Damn. That is so sad. I'm gonna... Damn. Dvoje. Alright, yeah. Oh yeah, I should read the English one. We won't make it out. Everyone has been killed. The two of us are left. We're injured. Know that I love you, and I will always love you. We did everything we could. Damn. Loved you, love you, and I will always love you. In the meantime, Poland spills grain. Oh! Wonderful. The Polish protest of the border, the Polish protest of farmers has not only blocked one ambulance, but apparently more. Apparently an ambulance was blocked with a patient with a critical condition. Amazing. It was like it took 30 minutes more for the ambulance to get to a hospital with a critical patient because of the farmers who just, don't care about anything. Also need to set a time and days study Polish, yeah, although that was Ukrainian, not Polish. Oh, because Polish farmers are not very smart. I'm sorry to say it. I'm sorry to be harsh, but I don't know. I don't even know what to say when something like this happens. Like spilling the Ukrainian grain on the ground is no better, to be honest. Grain that is supposed to go to starving people somewhere in the world. I'm just a civilian, but whenever I tweet about explosions in Kyiv, I get at least several gotcha. How come you're tweeting if there's a missile attack on your city, huh? Replies from Americans who apparently think I'm supposed to be karate chopping missiles out of the sky. Jesus, people can be so stupid. What is this Patrick Fox person? Who is Patrick Fox? Jesus, some doofus. Okay. 91.1K. Let's see. Okay, let's see what this person has to say. Maybe this will be a segment or something. Because it seems like this person has said something really stupid and we have to investigate. We have to investigate something really stupid that this person has said. If a story fits the narrative too perfectly, it's usually fabricated. The reality is the Ukrainian government will say whatever it thinks it needs to say to secure continued and increased outside assistance. This is normal for a nation under existential threat. Did you hear that Texas is building a forward operating military base along the border? Legit, as if he's going to invade a neutral country. That is so strange. I have a family in Texas. Okay. Munich. 4 American soldiers recounted a story Ukrainian officials told them at the Munich Security Conference. I watched the conference live, by the way. It was very interesting. A soldier in a muddy trench with Russian artillery exploding nearby, scrolling on his phone for signs the U.S. House would approve military aid. People are so skeptical of this story, but there's actually nothing super unusual about this story. Like Zelensky said during the Munich security sort of conference that he's not even looking into alternatives to aid from the US, from the package from the US. So I wouldn't be surprised that even if artillery shells are hitting somewhere in the near vicinity, soldiers are used to it enough that they're just checking their phones to see if they're screwed or not, you know? Basically, when a person like scrolls on their phone to see if the US aid is gonna pass, it's basically checking, am I screwed or am I not screwed? And what is so shocking about a Ukrainian soldier having a smartphone? Smartphone is nothing special. It's a regular thing that everybody has nowadays. People whose lives depend on military aid check signs for aid that aid may come. Yeah, this is the least unbelievable story ever. Even if this particular story was made up, I wouldn't be surprised if many soldiers actually did that. Actually did the whole scrolling thing to see if the aid's coming. It makes perfect sense. It doesn't even sound at all that unbelievable. 2 additions here. First, if you're looking for an account to uncritically believe the Ukrainian government or on everything, relentlessly cheerlead the Ukrainian cause and tell you everything will go great and they're certain to win no matter what, this isn't it. I mean, that's second. To believe this nonsense story, one would have to believe Ukrainian soldiers are sitting in muddy trenches under a Russian artillery barrage. I mean, does this person realize that artillery shells can be exploding and it doesn't need to be a whole barrage? Like, even in the documentary that I've seen recently, shell explosions could be here pretty nearby. So, why a barrage? Like, Jesus. And what they're doing is checking the status of Ukrainian aid in the US Congress on their phones while under artillery attack. Like, you get used to it, quite bluntly, you get used to it. Like, if they're not hitting your exact position, but somewhere in the near vicinity, you just get used to it and do things. Like, yeah. People get used to things. It's not something, people don't just cower in fear all the time. It's not even a super unbelievable story, to be quite honest. No one is saying the Ukrainians are hyper conscious of the status of foreign aid. No one is saying they don't keep up with the latest developments. What I'm saying is that the specifics of this story don't pass the smell test. The specifics of this story are not even all that extraordinary, to be quite honest with you. They're not. They're honestly not. The US, they think everybody else in the world lives in windowless hut. There would not be smart, and that would not be a smart move in like Ukraine, where you have pretty harsh winters. I can see some countries in which windowless would be not such a bad idea. Super hot places. But then again, what would you do during the rain? And squalor and knows nothing about technology. It's how they act when refugees have smartphones. True. Or cats. I remember when Polish bigots mocked a little girl because she brought a cat from Afghanistan with her as a refugee and mocked how rich she must be to have a pet. It's just really depressing stuff. I think people legitimately think a shell explosion or a missile means an entire city is flattened. Like, I don't know. Like, this is so silly. What's so unbelievable about this story to begin with? Patrick, what you did above is called a straw man argument. You exaggerated an aspect of the story and then attacked your version, not the original. The original, artillery exploding nearby. Your version, under a Russian artillery barrage. See? Even I know this. Even I was able to catch that little change in the detail of the story. Like, I'm telling you, like, in the documentary that I've seen recently, also, like, whistling of the shells were all around and some hit pretty nearby. That doesn't mean that there's a barrage. The original does not say the persons. The original does not say the persons were under direct fire. I also mentioned that. See, I'm smart. I'm a smart streamer. That's why you like me, because I've mentioned all these things. I guess I'm good at spotting when people are weaselly and dishonest. In fact, it clearly implies the opposite. Yeah, it does. Actually, it does. We're looking at soldiers who are in largely static positions for extended periods. It's not surprising at all that over periods of relative safety, when fires are example a few kilometers away, some may take time to do other things. It's human behavior, and well documented historically. For illustration, a photograph of soldiers reading close to the front during First World War. Yeah, look, of course. Like, that's why this story was like, how is that even unbelievable? How is that even remotely, like, shocking or unrealistic as a scenario? Oh, and I think I found out how to watch the movie The Nile now. Oh, that's good. We should watch it. The saddest movie ever. I want to watch The Nile. And US aid is unsurprisingly daily topic in Ukrainian news. Said soldier doesn't even have to read English. True. True and real. True and real and real. Like, goddamn. Patrick Fox. Oh, I'm so sad that I have to agree with this. From one side, we got war criminals executing prisoners of war on an hourly basis and dropping videos of it. From the other side, we got a psychotic mob blocking the borders, spilling rain, and praising Putin. Jesus. It's so hard not to agree with this. It's so depressing. I'm gonna quote tweet it and say really feels depressing to be a Polish person now. Damn. I guess the best thing I can do is just to be loud about it. Be loud about the ridiculousness of this whole grain thing. Like, damn. Yeah, I know. It's sad on so many levels. I have to make a whole big thing tomorrow about this. This is ridiculous. Oh. God, I hate cars. Rest in peace, Rover the Eagle, who was killed by a car today on the Henry Hudson Parkway. This photo is from my memorable observation of him at Central Park, New York City, Reservoir, 27 January 2022. I think cities should do their best to sort of move away from cars, to phase out cars. You know? I think cities should really do their best to somehow phase out cars, especially from the city centers, as much as they can. You know? Be allowed the grain and allowing non-binary people to be allowed in Poland. Oh yeah! That's actually a pretty good idea for a segment tomorrow. I'm gonna write this down. Actually gonna write this down. Yes, I'm old school. I actually write things down on paper. I'm so old school like this. Poland has many issues, I swear. People are so ecstatic when the new government got into power, but Poland has still so many issues. It's incredible. And by incredible, I mean incredibly horrible. Jesus. I don't even know what to... Okay, I'm just gonna save all my emotions for tomorrow. Oh, man. Jesus Christ. What is this? They're literally just sitting here. It really is you just hate brown people. Ashlia Simon, is this the future you want for your daughters and granddaughters? This is such a weird image. My God. I'm gonna show you. This is such a bizarre image. Why are those people drawn in such a bizarre way? Why do they have filled eyes like Titans from Attack on Titan? And they're smiling all the time like Titans on Attack on Titan. This is such a weird, uncanny drawing. And why do they all look the same? That's not racist at all. SK Media, this is a cartoon. Jesus. Brexit. Well, the reality is the opposite and disgustingly shameful. Racist beat up woman on London bus because she was wearing a hijab. Oh, man. People on the one hand say, oh, women like women in Islam are so oppressed because they have to wear hijabs, and then the same people will beat up women for wearing hijabs. Like, amazing. That's just great logic. Like, so, wow. Yeah. This is some real integrity right there. I live on a military base that does munition testing. You get used to loud noises and your house shaking. People can get used to anything. Wait, you live on a military base? Are you active on duty then, Technica? Are you an active member of the military personnel? I'm not gonna say soldier because you might be a non sort of. You might be a member of the personnel that's not fighting. The Ukrainian invasion has been the most online conflict. Of course, smartphones are all over the front line. True. And streamers. I think this is the genre of racists asking Stable Diffusion to make the image to get mad and justify my violently racist impulses. They try to do the same with Polish people in the UK. Yeah, I know. Polish people were just sort of, I know that in one meeting that I've watched, Polish people were framed as violent, I think. The violent Polish people. Mnie obrazić może nie może. Okay. Who's that person? It's time to hit back, NATO. Russian special services behind an attack on Estonian minister's car. Gee. Birding hobby. There was a whole thing about a piece in The Guardian about how Poles are unfit for British society because they're anti-Semites, backward, and Holocaust revisionist. Did you see my Ukraine state emblem emote? I got one for all countries that have movements to liberate themselves from authoritarian governments. Yeah, I saw the trident. Yesterday was the... Yesterday, on the 19th. The 19th was the Trident Day, basically. You probably know this, but on the 19th was the Trident Day. Lena, literally every account I've seen today spreading hatred about Ukrainians, supposedly from Poles, is an account made in the last 2 months. Very organic, surely. No Russian interference happening here. Yeah. The Russians have been trying to sort of paint the picture of Polish people and Ukrainian people hating one another from day one. Like, Russian propagandists basically said that Ukrainian refugees are more afraid of Polish people than of Nazis during World War II. Yeah, those are really nice emotes, by the way. No, I'm a civilian. Family is a mix of active duty and retired. Someone had to keep the house in order while events elsewhere deployed. Okay. I mean, that is a pretty responsible job to keep things in order. I'm not gonna lie. Domingo Big Boy. Hello. Hello, Domingo Big Boy. We're just looking at some news. Jesus Christ. Ukraine brings back 11 more children from Russia and occupied territories. Now this is nice. This is great news. Finally, some great news. Heart. I'm gonna heart this. Wow, at least in one place they sort of banned the anti-Ukrainian rhetoric. That's nice. City by city, the Russians are being allowed to obliterate Ukraine. Never again unless it costs money. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate but true. Never again until we actually have to do something to stop it, right? I don't know if that it's fair to dismiss all the anti-Ukrainian pro-Russian stuff as fake Russian stuff given the stances of Confederacja people. I would basically, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna say that Confederacja is basically pro-Russian stuff. I'm gonna put it in just one bag. At this point, Confederacja people are just Russian pawns, in my view. It's part, I would say it's part of the whole, of the bigger, wider propaganda thing. I haven't. Send it to me. I've seen a Polish documentary on the Ukraine war. Apparently a Polish journalist was the only journalist in the entire world that was allowed to go with the soldiers during the counteroffensive, the one that has failed, and documented it as it was happening. Jesus. People have flu and COVID and still have to go to fight. I mean, it's probably to be expected, but it still sucks. Apparently some people are getting sick. Ten likely agents of Russian special services detained in Estonia. Ukrainska Pravda in English. Jesus. Strength of the spirit. Man. Today, February 20th, 2014 marks today, you mean 2024, marks 10 years of illegal Russian aggression against Ukraine, 10 years of genocide, 10 years of hell. The Russian medal for the return of Crimea celebrates the illegal annexation of the Ukrainian peninsula. Note the date. 20th February 14. Jesus. Of course. Crimea will be free. I will destroy you and take all your land. Ukraine, why don't you want peace? Make peace with Russia. True. The realest meme in a long time, and the most infuriating. I can't even laugh at that because it's so many people say that seriously and unironically that it's hard to even laugh at this. It's hard to even laugh at this meme at this point. Damn. Oh, Jesus. Alex Jones. Public war crimes. Why are we still involved in this? With some, fabricated video. An old video that has been cropped to sort of take out a gun out of one person's pants. And of course, Alex Jones, the conspiracy nut, is gonna jump on this. Let's watch. Let's look at the tweet. This is you're gonna watch the sort of. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Of course. Quote tweet. Mariupol mass graves, filtration camps. Bucha massacre. Bucha massacre is, by the way, one of the biggest examples of how genocidal this war is. Izium, mass graves of civilians with hands tied. Constant videos, photos of murdered Ukrainian prisoners of war. Constant airstrikes on civilian targets, even in Lviv and Kiev. Alex Jones, ghost. DJI drops a grenade in Donetsk. Alex Jones. Public war crimes. People in the comments are trying to reason with Alex Jones. LOL. LMAO. True. True, actually. It is a bit funny. To reason with Alex Jones. And that's what I'm talking about. Sweden announced a new military aid package to Ukraine in the amount of $683 million. Artillery ammunition, air defense systems, anti-tank missiles, hand grenades. Sweden will support Ukraine with 10 CB-90 combat boats, I think. Group boats and underwater weapons. This aid package will add about SEK 1 billion to the joint purchase of the Swedish-Danish CV-90 in Ukraine. Love to see it. Source. This is the way. Well done, Sweden. Well done, Sweden. Well done. Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. On the movie Our Cars that were destroyed and brought back to life, and the boys from the 53rd Brigade who till the last day in Avdiivka did not lose any positions and covered the retreat of other teams. That is pretty cool. Makes me feel a little bit better about being Polish for once. Damn. Every Ukrainian life is to be cherished. Even lives on forest. You guys are the best. Rock on. It is in moments like this that I know that helping makes sense. Heroyam Slava. Damn. That's funny. Jesus. That is so cool. That is so cool. All right, so what do we do? It's 4 a.m. We've been streaming for what? 6 hours. I guess I'm gonna say good night. Love and solidarity. We love our non-binary siblings. And yeah. G. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I'm gonna finish stream now, okay? You are all great. Thank you for being here and see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be a very important stream. We're gonna be talking about the grain crisis. I'm gonna be going back to its roots. We're gonna be